Chapter 2204. In the valley, the chaotic aura was vast and mighty. Gu Fei's entire body had turned into a blood cocoon. Chaotic Tao patterns were faintly discernible inside, and the power of the great Tao was intertwining. Gu Fei finally began the most important transformation of his life. His flesh, blood, tendons, and bones had all turned into a blood mist, constantly condensing and dispersing in the blood cocoon. In the blood cocoon, a mass of purple divine light floated. That was Gu Fei's true spirit, a powerful life imprint. As long as his true spirit was not destroyed, he could reconstruct his martial body and not die. 9 primordial Tao patterns began to appear on the mass of purple divine light. Gu Fei's life imprint had to be imprinted with the mark of the great Tao in order to become an immortal saint. Of course, immortality was only relative. If he encountered an existence stronger than him, he would still be in danger of dying. In the purple divine light, a black divine sword was faintly discernible. It was the 9th Heaven Star's sword that Gu Fei had refined himself. There were also 9 Tao patterns faintly discernible on the body of the 9th Heaven Star's sword. The 9th Heaven Star's sword had originally been imprinted with the 9 ancient words of the martial scripture, but at this time the 9 ancient words were constantly evolving, gradually turning into 9 primordial Tao patterns. The sage's heavenly tribulation was very important. The 9th Heaven Star's sword also had to undergo this heavenly tribulation in order to truly become a sacred weapon. Gu Fei's sword had been tempered step by step. With his cultivation, it had become stronger step by step, accompanying him all the way until now. As a warrior, the strongest weapon was himself. However, Gu Fei had an unusual idea. He wanted to use the means of the immortal Tao to temper a battle sword that was most suitable for him. Buzz. In the purple divine light, there was a series of sword hums. It seemed that the 9th Heaven Star's sword also knew that this was an opportunity for it, a chance to become a sacred weapon. Very good. Let us see how terrifying this legendary sage's heavenly tribulation is. There was a wave of spiritual will coming from the purple divine light. The spiritual will was filled with confidence, as though it did not take the sage's heavenly tribulation seriously at all. Rumble! In the sky above the valley, the chaotic aura was vast and mighty. There was a faint sound of thunder, as though it came from the 9 heavens, giving off a very distant feeling. This is the moment the thunder rang out. All the sage-level life forms in the chaotic divine soil were shocked. Someone was trying to break through to the sage level so quickly. This was a sign that the saint-level heavenly tribulation was about to descend. It hadn't been long since the last saint-level heavenly tribulation, but those people still couldn't help it. They knew that there were some old-timers who had been waiting for an opportunity to reach sage ascension. It was unknown just how many quasi-sage old-timers had entered the primal chaos god soil this time. These people had been waiting for too long. They couldn't wait any longer. However, they were wrong this time. The one undergoing the tribulation wasn't one of those old geezers, but a genius of the present age. Someone is undergoing tribulation again. Old Black will go take a look. When He Tian heard the news, he immediately headed towards the valley where Gu Fei was. At this time, the other geniuses also gathered in the area where the sage's heavenly tribulation was about to descend. The sage's heavenly tribulation was extremely terrifying. Since ancient times, not many people had been able to succeed, even in ancient times. He's really going to undergo tribulation. Outside the valley, Ji Chongkong was extremely shocked. This Gu Fei was really heaven-defying. He actually attracted the sage's heavenly tribulation. The pressure from the sky made his heart palpitate. Ji Chongkong didn't dare to be negligent. He immediately retreated. He didn't want to attract his sage's heavenly tribulation because of the power that attracted the tribulation. As long as someone was undergoing tribulation, no one would dare to be near the person undergoing the tribulation. It should be known that the heavenly tribulation did not descend without reason. It was caused by the power of the person undergoing the tribulation. This kind of power was very mysterious and unfathomable. No one knew how this power appeared. Whenever someone's cultivation reached a certain level, this power would appear. Other cultivators would avoid this kind of power. They wouldn't dare to come in contact with it. Even someone as strong as a sage would have some misgivings about this power. It should be known that there were extreme supremes above the sage level. If a supreme tribulation was attracted, even 10 lives wouldn't be enough. Rumble! The thunder from the sky gradually became louder. The chaotic mist that enveloped this region started to dissipate. Bolts of lightning appeared in the pitch-black sky. In this chaotic divine soil, there were no stars yet. The sky was pitch black and there was no starlight at all. Someone is undergoing tribulation again. I'm afraid a sage will really appear in this generation. A white-haired old man appeared on a mountain peak in the distance. He looked in the direction of the valley. The chaotic chi in the valley was vast and mighty. It blocked everyone's vision. Even spiritual sense couldn't enter the valley. At the same time, thunder could be heard in another place in the chaotic divine soil. It came from a small island in the depths of the chaotic divine sea, far away from the primal chaos mainland. They are undergoing tribulation at the same time. An ancient sage was incomparably shocked. It was rare to see people undergoing tribulation at the same time, even in the great desolate era. In the depths of the chaotic divine sea, an unimaginable existence was undergoing tribulation. Terrifying lightning struck down from the sky. Every bolt of lightning tore the chaotic heaven and earth apart. A destructive aura that made even sages' hearts palpitate spread out from the depths of the chaotic divine sea. An ancient sage immediately rushed into the chaotic divine sea, wanting to know who was undergoing tribulation. The chaotic divine sea was a boundless divine sea in the chaotic divine soil. This divine sea hid most of the remnants of chaos in the entire chaotic divine soil. Roar! Just as the heavenly tribulation was triggered, earth-shattering beast roars came from the surroundings of the small island. A mountain-sized remnant of chaos was enraged. Someone actually dared to trigger a sage heavenly tribulation right under its nose. It was really courting death. However, the remnant of chaos didn't dare to attack. Instead, it directly retreated into the distance. It was already too late to attack now. Even if it could kill the ant on the small island, it would be tainted by the power of the heavenly tribulation. In this part of the sea, other remnants of chaos were alarmed and had no choice but to retreat. Boom! A dazzling bolt of lightning cut through the void and landed on the small island. With just one strike, the entire island turned into ashes and disappeared. There are actually 2 people undergoing tribulation at the same time. The movement of the sage heavenly tribulation was too great. Even in the depths of the chaotic divine sea, the waves of the heavenly tribulation reached the primal chaos mainland. Everyone was dumbfounded. Someone actually wants to fight with me for the opportunity to become a sage first. Chapter 2205. The opportunity to become a saint was very important. After all, there could only be one saint in a generation. In other words, as long as someone became a saint in this generation, no one else could become a saint. However, this generation was full of variables, and no one knew what would happen. Rumble! The great path of heaven and earth rumbled, and streaks of dazzling lightning lit up the dark world. With the valley as the center, the chaotic mist within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles was dispersed. Above the pitch-black sky, an unprecedentedly powerful heavenly might descended. The heavenly way would sense any living being that wanted to challenge the heavenly way and send down the most powerful heavenly tribulation in the world to punish those who dared to offend the heavenly way. Of course, although the heavenly tribulation of a saint was terrifying, there was still a chance of survival. In particular, Those who became a saint through sheer strength could use their extremely powerful strength to break through the restraints of the great path of heaven and earth and become a saint. Becoming a saint through sheer strength was the most difficult of all the paths to becoming a saint. However, if one could reach the end of the most difficult path, their achievements would be limitless. This was the path that Gu Fei was taking. If he could successfully become a saint, he would be much more powerful than ordinary saints. What's going on? Why do I sense a familiar aura? At this moment, He Tian had already arrived nearby. He stared at the valley in front of him and activated the Yin-Yang Divine Eye, wanting to see into the valley. However, he realized that no matter how he activated the Yin-Yang Divine Eye, he still could not see the appearance of the person who had triggered the heavenly tribulation in the valley. There seemed to be a chaotic void evolving in the valley, and it was difficult for any divine will or divine eye to see what was inside. Who is it? Why do I have this feeling? He Tian's expression was extremely solemn at this moment. The person who had triggered the heavenly tribulation of a saint in the valley should be someone he knew, but he could not recall who that person was at the moment. In fact, it was no wonder that He Tian could not recognize Gu Fei at the moment. After all, Gu Fei's aura had changed fundamentally from when he was on the soaring dragon ancestral star. Buzz. Just as He Tian was feeling bewildered, a sword chime was heard. Could it be? At that moment, He Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. It's you. While He Tian was still in shock, a voice suddenly came from the side. He Tian turned to look in the direction of the voice, and he saw that a burly young man was already standing less than 300 meters away from him. This person's entire body was filled with mighty dragon chi, and there were vague dragon shadows in the void around him. His entire person was like an ancient fierce dragon, giving off a strong sense of oppression. Azure Dragon. He Tian's pupils shrank when he saw the young man. This young man was the current Azure Dragon of the soaring dragon ancestral star, one of the 4 ancient clans of the southern wilderness. Where is Gu Fei? Azure Dragon asked directly. Back then, he had been defeated by Gu Fei and nearly lost the title of the Azure Dragon tribe. However, this was not necessarily a bad thing for the Azure Dragon tribe. Now, the Azure Dragon had truly grown up and had the ability to break through to the saint level. Why are you looking for him? Do you want to be defeated again? He Tian looked at Azure Dragon and suddenly said with a smile, "This time, he will be the only one who will be defeated." Azure Dragon was very confident. After experiencing so many things, his entire temperament had changed, and he gave off a sense of calmness. Haha, if I say that the person in the valley ahead is the one you are looking for, would you believe me? He Tian said. What? When the Azure Dragon heard this, his sword-like eyebrows immediately erected as a glint flashed across his eyes. What you said is true, Azure Dragon said in a deep voice. He looked at the valley ahead and saw the divine light of the great path flickering in the valley. Within the chaotic aura, he could vaguely see 9 Tao patterns faintly appearing. It seems that you are destined to be no match for Gouda, He Tian said to Azure Dragon with a smile. At this moment, the expression on Azure Dragon's face was extremely complicated. It could be said that Gu Fei was a shadow in his heart. Ever since he started cultivating, he had never tasted defeat. However, when he encountered Gu Fei, he was defeated. Even with Azure Dragon's current state of mind, he had already forgotten the battle back then. However, deep in his heart, he still yearned to fight against Gu Fei. Humph. Azure Dragon did not say anything else. He turned around and quickly disappeared into the dark sky. Boom! Not long after the Azure Dragon left, a bolt of lightning suddenly pierced through the dark void, directly striking down from the sky towards the valley below. A destructive aura that made even the saints' hearts palpitate immediately spread. It's about to begin. He Tian calmly retreated into the distance. The other human geniuses also retreated and did not dare to get too close. Many people did not think that the person in the valley would win. After all, The tribulation of a saint was not an ordinary tribulation. The person who failed the tribulation before was an example. Therefore, many people were not worried. It was possible to become a saint in the chaotic divine soil and would not be affected by the outside world. However, whether or not one could become a saint depended on one's cultivation and luck. This time, there were definitely many geniuses from the various origins of life who had entered the chaotic divine soil. Among them, there were also many old antiques. This generation was destined to be full of variables. Buzz! A sword chime rang out from the valley. Then everyone saw a black sword light bathed in lightning and fire shooting into the sky, pointing at the heavens. This person is very bold. An old antique said. Everyone could feel an incomparably powerful battle intent spreading from the black sword. They could not help but be shocked. Others would think about how to defend and protect themselves during the tribulation. But the person in the valley was actually fighting back against the tribulation. Could it be that this person is walking the legendary path? An old antique seemed to have noticed something and exclaimed. Defense and attack were two different methods of tribulation transcendence. Since ancient times, the majority of cultivators who underwent tribulation transcendence chose to be on the defensive. However, those who used strength to prove their Tao were natural fighters. Even in the face of tribulation transcendence, they would fight and unleash their unyielding battle intent, using strength to prove your Tao. Far in the sky, a white-haired old Taoist spoke. Interesting. In another direction, a middle-aged man clad in beast hide and holding a stone staff was staring at the valley in front of him. In his eyes, heaven and earth seemed to be changing, and the sun and moon were sinking. Roar! In a valley tens of millions of miles away from where Gu Fei's tribulation transcendence was a vast and mighty demonic aura. Low roars could be heard as the corpses of humans and other living beings were strewn across the valley. Chapter 2206. In the valley, Gu Fei was undergoing his heavenly tribulation. He had encountered the most powerful and dangerous heavenly tribulation he had ever encountered. A sage was a high and mighty existence that could even trample on the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao was in danger, and the heavenly tribulation that descended was absolutely terrifying. Bolts of lightning that were larger than mountains descended from the sky and struck the valley. These bolts of lightning brought with them a destructive power that could destroy everything. If one were to undergo the heavenly tribulation in the human realm, the entire ancestral planet would probably be affected. Fortunately, the chaotic divine soil was extremely stable. Even a true sage would not be able to destroy this piece of divine soil. The heavenly tribulation of a sage was having a limited effect on the chaotic divine soil. Just as Gu Fei was undergoing his heavenly tribulation, someone else was also undergoing his heavenly tribulation in the depths of the chaotic divine sea. Someone was trying to break through to the sage level, and the heavenly tribulation that this person triggered was incomparably vast. It was just the beginning of the heavenly tribulation, but it had already turned the small island that the person was on into ashes. Towering waves were set off in the sea within a radius of thousands of miles. The power of the great Tao was vast, and within the heavenly tribulation, there was an incomparably strong vitality that came out. That person did not die, and was still fighting against the heaven realm. However, compared to Gu Fei, this person was much more cautious. He did not dare to face the heavenly tribulation head-on like Gu Fei. Amidst the lightning, countless inscriptions intertwined to form a light screen, blocking all the lightning that came crashing down from the sky. A vortex appeared on the light screen, dissipating all the power of the lightning that came crashing down. This was a method to resolve the heavenly tribulation. By dispelling the power of the heavenly tribulation, there was no need to face it head-on. By doing this, one could preserve their vitality to deal with the next heavenly tribulation. This method of preserving strength was used by most cultivators to undergo the heavenly tribulation. However, Gu Fei took a different path. The path that he took determined his character. The stronger he met, the stronger he became, even when facing the heavenly tribulation. In a valley tens of millions of miles away from the chaotic divine sea, a huge blood cocoon was flickering like a huge beating heart. 9 primordial chaos Tao patterns were imprinted in the void around the blood cocoon, interweaving into a mysterious pattern. All the lightning that descended from the sky was blocked by the 9 Tao patterns. A sword light floated high in the sky. Bolts of lightning struck it. Although the sword light dimmed, the inside of the divine sword was still nurturing a life force. Bathed in the tribulation lightning, the 9 heaven star sword started to change. This was a transformation, as if a life was being nurtured. It was very mystical. The 9 heaven stars sword was transforming into a sacred artifact. And in the valley below, inside the blood cocoon, Gu Fei's muscles, bones, and flesh were regenerating. Every drop of blood was emitting chaotic divine light, and there seemed to be Tao patterns faintly visible within them. This was a type of complete transformation. Every drop of blood, and even every strand of hair, contained Tao force. It could achieve immortality. This was a divine body. Of course, Gu Fei's martial body had not truly transformed into a divine body, but it was in the process of transforming into a divine body. At this moment, Gu Fei finally understood why sages were indestructible, and how difficult it was to kill a sage. This was because every drop of blood, every piece of flesh, and every piece of flesh on a sage's body had been branded with the mark of life. This was no longer a simple rebirth of flesh and blood. Even the flesh and blood were life. Even if they were blasted into pieces, with only a drop of blood or a strand of hair left, they could still be reborn. Unless all of the mark of life of a saint was completely erased, then a saint could truly be killed. However, people who had this kind of method were probably already at the peak of the saints. Only existences like Ren Huang or celestial venerables could kill saints. The original 9 Tao patterns were constantly imprinted into Gu Fei's muscles, bones, and flesh. The divine light was vast, and the power of the divine path was washing his martial body. Soon, Gu Fei's martial body was completely reconstructed. His entire body shone with boundless light of the great path, and the blurry 9 Tao patterns began to become clear. This was the sign of becoming a saint. Gu Fei had already understood the 9 Tao patterns, which had already paved the way for him to become a saint. At this time, he had finally shaken the shackles of his cultivation. The blood-colored cocoon silently turned into ashes, and a powerful figure appeared in the valley. Virum! A sword chime was heard, and the 9th heaven stars soared in the sky, let out a vibrating sound. It turned into a beam of sword light and fell from the sky, landing in Gu Fei's hand. Old friend, Gu Fei caressed the 9th heaven star's sword. He suddenly felt a connection with the divine sword in his hand. Haha, very good. Then let us challenge the heavens together and fight our way out. Gu Fei laughed out loud. He was full of confidence. He pointed the sword at the sky, and divine light shot out of his eyes. It was dozens of feet long, and a powerful battle intent exploded from his body. Boom, boom, boom. The heavens seemed to be angry. There was a thunderous sound in the sky, as if it was venting its anger. A small creature actually dared to offend the power of the heavens. This, 1,000 miles away from the valley, He Tian was extremely shocked. The destructive power that came from the sky was too strong, and it seemed to be much stronger than the heavenly tribulation of ordinary saints. Gu Fei! In another region, the azure dragon looked in the direction of the valley where Gu Fei was. He looked a little upset. If Gu Fei could successfully pass the heavenly tribulation, then he would never have a chance to defeat Gu Fei. If one did not become a saint, he was an ant. How could an ant challenge a giant dragon? This person is extraordinary. He might really succeed. An old voice muttered to himself. Not everyone was willing to see someone become a saint in front of them, because once someone else became a saint, they would not have a chance anymore. However, These people were still watching and waiting. There were people passing the heavenly tribulation in two places at the same time. Almost all the creatures that entered the chaotic divine soil were shocked. Even the local creatures were extremely shocked. The supreme bloodline of their ancestors flowed in the bodies of the descendants of the chaotic divine soil. They were extremely powerful. Since ancient times, countless people had entered the chaotic divine soil in search of an opportunity to become a saint. The geniuses of the human world were no longer geniuses after entering the chaotic divine soil. They had to face the descendants of the chaotic divine soil. In every generation, more than half of the geniuses who entered the chaotic divine soil would die. The remaining ones could leave alive, but they might not become saints. The chances of becoming a saint were very slim. In the previous generation, no one had become a saint at all. In this generation, however, someone was about to break through to the saint level. At this moment, the tribulation cloud in the sky had already pressed down. Boom! With an earth-shattering sound, a new round of the heavenly tribulation was finally launched. That is, at this moment, everyone was shocked to find that there was no tribulation lightning in the tribulation cloud. Instead, a giant beast rushed out. It was a giant beast that was completely formed by lightning. An ancient lightning-devour beast. Some of the old antiques were shocked to the extreme. The giant beast had a single horn on its head. It was as big as a mountain ridge, and its entire body was radiating millions of lightning bolts. An extremely terrifying wave of destruction spread out, shaking the entire world. It was hard to imagine that the heavenly tribulation had actually evolved into such a powerful divine beast. The ancient lightning-devourer beast was a legendary divine beast born from the chaotic sea of lightning. It was born with the ability to devour lightning, and wherever it went, all life would be annihilated. The powerful tribulation lightning could turn all life into ashes. How could something like this appear? Someone muttered in disbelief. The power of the heavenly tribulation had actually transformed into an ancient beast. It was truly shocking. Could it be that the person in the valley had to defeat this beast in order to survive? Yeah. At this moment, Gu Fei, who was standing proudly in the valley, couldn't help but be stunned when he saw this scene. However, he immediately soared into the sky and charged at the beast that was swooping down from the sky. Kill! Wielding the 9 heaven stars sword, Gu Fei charged straight into the sea of lightning. Roar! The lightning-devourer beast roared. Boundless lightning bolts spread out, covering half the world. No one could see what was happening within the lightning bolts. All they could see was a figure charging out from the valley. It's really the ancient great. By now, He Tian no longer had any doubts. The person who had charged into the sea of lightning was none other than Gu Fei, other than the soaring dragon ancestral star. There should be other entrances to the chaotic divine soil. One must know that the chaotic divine soil was known to connect the 3 worlds and 6 paths. In other words, as long as the chaotic divine soil was born, even people from the heaven realm would be able to enter this place. At this moment, Gu Fei was already engaged in a fierce battle with the terrifying ancient lightning-devourer beast. Roar! The lightning-devourer beast opened its mouth and roared, spitting out an incomparably powerful tribulation lightning. It directly blasted Gu Fei away. Streaks of lightning circled around his body, and his hair was emitting black smoke. A trace of blood seeped out from the corner of Gu Fei's mouth. A single strike from the lightning-devourer beast was enough to injure him. Of course, such an injury was nothing to Gu Fei. With just a thought, Gu Fei's injured body recovered. Buzz! The divine sword in Gu Fei's hand was vibrating. Roar! With a roar, he gripped the divine sword tightly with both hands and slashed at the lightning-devourer beast with all his might. A dazzling sword light rushed out from Gu Fei's hand, tearing the sky and earth apart. The entire sea of lightning was split into 2, and the sword light ruthlessly struck the head of the lightning-devourer beast. Boom! Just as Gu Fei's sword struck the lightning devourer beast's head, the horn of the lightning devourer beast suddenly emitted a blinding electric light that was as bright as the sun. It was a ball of lightning. The ball of lightning directly shattered Gu Fei's sword light and smashed towards Gu Fei. A terrifying destructive force spread out from the ball of lightning. The force was so strong that even Gu Fei felt that his life was in danger. Kill. Chapter 2207. The ancient divine beast was extremely powerful. Although it wasn't the real lightning-devouring beast, the heavenly Tao's lightning-devouring beast was still extremely powerful. In the endless sea of lightning, Gu Fei and the lightning-devouring beast fought endlessly. At the beginning, he was suppressed by the lightning-devouring beast. But soon, he discovered that the lightning-devouring beast's strength wasn't much different from his own. It wasn't an invincible existence. This was the heavenly Tao. It left a trace of hope for Gu Fei, but it wouldn't really destroy him. Even so, if it was someone else, they would have already given up all hope. One must know that the ancient lightning-devouring beast was a supreme, innate, divine beast. Even the heavenly Tao had left a mark on it. It was enough to show how powerful this divine beast was. The heavenly Tao sensed Gu Fei's heavenly tribulation and naturally sent down the most powerful heavenly tribulation. It wasn't a coincidence that the heavenly tribulation condensed into the lightning-devouring beast. Kill. Gu Fei fought like a madman. Every time the 9 heaven star sword in his hand slashed out, a dazzling sword light would rush out and soar into the sky. The endless lightning was destroyed by his sword. However, the lightning-devouring beast was just a phantom formed by the heavenly tribulation. It wasn't the real body. No matter how fierce Gu Fei's attack was, it was still difficult for him to destroy the phantom. Bang! Gu Fei was sent flying by the lightning-devouring beast again. He spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. His body was surrounded by lightning. The lightning brought with it a destructive power, causing him to feel numb. Although he was sent flying by the lightning-devouring beast, Gu Fei could clearly see that there was a mark on the head of the lightning-devouring beast. It was a smaller lightning-devouring beast. If he wanted to defeat the lightning-devouring beast, he first had to find the mark. Only by destroying the mark, the lightning-devouring beast would naturally disappear. Roar! The lightning-devouring beast roared and chased after Gu Fei. The entire sea of lightning shook, and the destructive power rose to an unprecedented level. Very well, then let's decide life and death with one strike. Gu Fei steadied himself in the sea of lightning. His entire body radiated chaotic divine light, and a purple divine light surged out from between his eyebrows, containing a powerful spiritual energy. Kill! Gu Fei roared angrily. His long hair danced wildly in the wind, and his eyes were filled with madness. His battle intent was boundless. Even in the face of the sage, heavenly tribulation, he still pressed forward. Boom! A world-shaking collision broke out. Gu Fei was like a chaotic divine sun as he collided with a lightning-devouring beast that was radiating a myriad of lightning bolts. Chaotic chi and lightning shook the entire Thunder Sea. Pitch-black spatial cracks appeared, and even the chaotic divine soil, which was extremely stable, was shattered by this power. Of course, this level of destruction would not affect the chaotic divine soil. Is this person stupid? He actually dares to fight against the heavenly tribulation head-on. Someone exclaimed. Although some of them could not see what was happening in the Thunder Sea, they could tell that the person undergoing the heavenly tribulation had most likely chosen a different method. Do you want to prove your Tao through strength? An old voice was heard. Prove my Tao through strength. Everyone was extremely astonished. This was the most difficult path to becoming a sage. In the primordial times, only the martial ancestor had created such a path to becoming a sage. There were also body-tempering techniques in Buddhism and Taoism, but these techniques were fundamentally inseparable from the mysteries of Buddhism and Taoism. However, the cultivation method created by the martial ancestor was a complete path to prove one's Tao through strength. Those who chose this path were destined to pay more than other paths. Ever since the martial ancestor's lineage disappeared, the path to prove one's Tao through strength had been lost. No one was willing to try it. Now, someone had chosen this path. How could the crowd not be shocked? Rumble! The chaotic chi in the thunder sea was vast and mighty. Lightning tore the sky and earth apart, crushing and destroying everything. It was extremely terrifying. A figure flew out from the primal chaos chi and lightning. Beads of blood dripped from the sky. The person who flew out was Gu Fei. At this moment, Gu Fei was extremely miserable. He fell from the sky towards the valley below. His insanely strong martial body was charred and his vitality was extremely weak. Bang! Gu Fei smashed into the valley and smashed into the ground, creating a human-shaped pit. At the same time, the lightning in the sky dissipated. A one-horned beast stood in the middle of the thunder sea, and the sound of something shattering could be heard. The heaven-devouring beast that was formed from lightning was dissipating. A brand on the heaven-devouring beast's head cracked and then disappeared. The entire heaven-devouring beast gradually dimmed and finally disappeared in the void. The terrifying heavenly tribulation disappeared. He actually survived it, someone exclaimed. Everyone was in disbelief. To think that someone who took on the heavenly tribulation of a sage didn't die under it. This was a miracle. Gu De is ferocious indeed. Up in the sky, He Tian couldn't help but exclaim when he saw this. It was way too difficult to cultivate one's Tao through strength. But now, there was finally someone who used such a method to pass the heavenly tribulation. However, the heavenly tribulation didn't dissipate. Gu Fei was still in danger. He had only blocked this wave of the heavenly tribulation, and no one knew what would happen next. "I'm so tired." Within the valley, Gu Fei's voice came from the human-shaped pit on the ground. Even though he had suffered unimaginable damage, as long as his martial body had a strand of vitality, he would be able to recover in a short period of time. The Ascension secret art of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao was the legendary undying godly art. Even if one soul was scattered, they could reassemble it and wouldn't die. Gu Fei used the Ascension secret art, and the strand of vitality in his body quickly grew stronger. In the end, the life force coming from his body was so strong that it shocked everyone. What a strong life force. Someone said something like that. For Gu Fei, there wasn't much power he could really use during the heavenly tribulation. He only had the 9 heavenly stars sword and the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. Gu Fei didn't plan on using the extreme divine weapon in his hands unless he was in a life or death situation. Bang! A part of the ground in the valley suddenly exploded, and Gu Fei rushed out from the ground. The charred parts of his body had already fallen off, revealing his sparkling white skin. Again, Gu Fei looked up and pointed his sword at the heavens. At this time, Gu Fei suddenly felt a wave of irritation. What's going on? Gu Fei abruptly came to his senses. It was as if a mysterious force had taken effect on his body. This was a force that could induce inner demons. This is the legendary inner demon tribulation. Gu Fei's eyes lit up. He immediately sat cross-legged on the ground and channeled his Xian Qi to fight against the mysterious power in the unseen world. Legend has it that the inner demon tribulation was extremely dangerous. Since ancient times, many people had fallen to this inner demon tribulation and turned into war demons, killing in all directions. Soon, beads of sweat the size of soybeans appeared on Gu Fei's forehead. The expression on his face kept changing. This heavenly tribulation was really hard to guard against. At this time, Gu Fei had already fallen into a dangerous illusion. Just as Gu Fei triggered the inner demon tribulation, In the depths of the chaos divine sea, another person undergoing the heavenly tribulation was also facing the most terrifying change of the sage tribulation. An almost transparent divine fire descended from the heavens. This was the legendary tribulation fire. The appearance of the tribulation fire definitely wasn't a legend, but something that really happened. When the tribulation fire descended, the seawater within a radius of dozens of miles was directly evaporated. In some places, even the seabed emerged. Roar! Someone roared in the sea of fire. It was the person undergoing the heavenly tribulation. The tribulation fire burned on his body, and he was in extreme pain. That person stood in the sea of fire, his body trembling. Only by surviving this could he ascend to the extreme and become an invincible sage. In the depths of the chaos divine sea, many powerful existences found the place where this person was undergoing the heavenly tribulation. They were all watching, and no one dared to approach casually, afraid that they would be contaminated by the power of the tribulation fire. At this time, the two people undergoing the heavenly tribulation were at the juncture of life and death. The power of the tribulation fire was definitely not inferior to Gu Fei's inner demon tribulation. Gu Fei had experienced too many things along the way. All sorts of illusions could not truly make him lose his mind, because his Tao heart was extremely firm. Soon, Gu Fei broke through the inner demon tribulation and used the essence soul Tao sword to destroy the demonic nature in his heart. Rumble! Just as Gu Fei broke through the inner demon tribulation, thunder sounded in the sky again. This time, 3 figures walked out from the depths of the sky. What? Gu Fei almost jumped up from the ground when he saw the 3 figures. He was so shocked that he couldn't be any more shocked. These 3 figures were completely formed by lightning. Among these 3 figures, one was a bald monk, and the other 2 seemed to be supreme existences that had appeared in ancient times. Do you still want me to live? Gu Fei was also dumbfounded. He felt the aura of a supreme being. These were the imprints left behind by the 3 supreme beings in the heavenly Tao before they became sages. Boom! The bald monk blasted a palm at Gu Fei. The golden palm slammed down from the sky like a huge mountain. Everyone who saw this scene was extremely shocked. Buzz! Gu Fei shook the 9 heaven stars sword in his hand and raised his hand to slash out an incomparably resplendent chaos sword flash. The chilling sword chi spread out, causing the surrounding temperature to drop. The chaos sword flash collided with the golden Buddha palm that slammed down from the sky. A powerful force came crashing down, causing the ground to sink. The huge golden hand destroyed the primal chaos sword light that Gu Fei had slashed out with ease, and then slapped Gu Fei into the ground with a single slap. Chapter 2208. The heavenly tribulation of a saint was too powerful, and the power of the heavenly Tao seemed endless. Those supreme existences who were once invincible under the starry sky had actually appeared. Although it was not their true bodies, it was enough to shake the world. The power of the heavenly Tao turned into 3 figures. 3 figures condensed from lightning. These were the imprints left behind by the supreme existences when they attacked the heavenly Tao before they achieved the Tao. As long as someone succeeded in challenging the heavenly Tao would be branded with that person's imprint, especially the imprint of those supreme existences. Anyone who wanted to become a saint had to fight against the heavenly Tao and break the shackles of this world. Only by experiencing the baptism of the heavenly Tao could one become a supreme saint. Boom! The golden Buddha's hand descended from the sky and pressed Gu Fei directly into the depths of the earth. The valley he was in was also directly destroyed by the vast and boundless Buddhist power, turning into dust. The earth shook, and a huge palm print appeared on the ground. Seeing the scene, everyone was shocked to the extreme. What kind of existence was that? How could it possess such divine might? Even some of the ancient sages felt their hearts palpitating. The heavenly tribulation of the desolate era did not seem so abnormal. The bald monk formed from lightning had boundless Buddhist power on his body, and ancient Buddhist patterns were faintly discernible, as if a Buddhist saint had descended. What's going on? Even the experienced and knowledgeable ancient saints were dumbfounded. Could this be the imprint left behind by the legendary Lord Buddha? Otherwise, how could it be so strong? However, the other two figures did not make a move. Roar! A furious roar came from the depths of the earth. Gu Fei did not die, but rushed out from the depths, his blood and qi still vigorous to the extreme. Where did this fierce person come from? Many people came from other ancestral lands and did not know Gu Fei, but some came from the soaring dragon ancestral star, and some were even Gu Fei's former opponents. It's him. In the distant sky, the shadow of a white tiger could be vaguely seen. A young man who looked like a ferocious tiger stood in the void. When he saw Gu Fei, he was shocked to the extreme. I didn't expect it to be him. In another direction, a vermilion bird was floating amidst the primordial mist. It wasn't a real vermilion bird, but a young woman in a crimson battle dress. As expected of Big Gu, only Big Gu would have such courage. Hei Tian saw this scene from afar and was extremely excited. Gu Fei could already break through to the saint level. This was not a problem for Gu Fei because he was very clear about Gu Fei's strength. Boom! An intense battle broke out. Terrifying energy ripples spread for 100,000 miles. Even in the chaotic divine soil, a scene that seemed to be able to destroy heaven and earth appeared. The incomparably stable void was directly pierced through. The thick earth was sinking, and the spectators in the distance had no choice but to retreat further away. If one were to be affected by this kind of energy, there would only be one outcome, and that was the destruction of both body and soul. No one wanted to die, especially the old-timers who had been waiting for this moment for tens of thousands of years. The opportunity to become a saint had already appeared, but some people were already attacking the Tao of Heaven. So long as someone succeeded, the 10,000 years of waiting would be for naught. By this time, Gu Fei was in a frenzy, his eyes bloodshot, and his invincible battle intent surged. Splurt! There was a flash of blood as a divine sword pierced through his shoulder. It wasn't a real divine sword, but it was even more terrifying than a real divine sword. The attacker was a long-haired Taoist who looked like a Tao father descending from the heavens. With just one sword strike, he injured Gu Fei. Bang! The moment Gu Fei was struck by the sword, his body trembled and he was sent flying. Another middle-aged man made his move. This middle-aged man was actually using a martial path battle skill. Buddhist immortal martial. I, Gu Fei, really have a lot of face. I actually attracted a heavenly tribulation like this. Gu Fei coughed up a mouthful of blood. His life force was rapidly being extinguished as the power of the Tao of Heaven invaded his body and destroyed it. Humph! Gu Fei sneered and used the winged emergence art. The power of the Tao that had invaded his body was instantly dispelled, and his injuries healed rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he was back to normal. What a powerful, fleshly body! Someone exclaimed. If an ordinary person had suffered such an attack, they would have long since been destroyed in body and soul. Only Gu Fei could withstand it. Could it be one of those legendary divine arts? Some of the ancient saints seemed to have realized something, and their eyes lit up. There were quite a few ancient saints who had entered the primal chaos divine soil. The flood dragon's slaughter of the human geniuses had forced the ancient saints of the various superpowers to enter. After all, the geniuses of the human race were the future of the human race. If they were all killed by the flood dragon, it would be a disaster. The flood dragon had gone too far and incurred the wrath of the masses. At this time, in order to preserve his life, Gu Fei used all kinds of methods. His fists smashed the void as he fought the bald monk. His martial body was constantly injured by the power of the Tao of Heaven, but it quickly recovered. It was like a blacksmith hammering a piece of red-hot iron. After constant hammering, the iron would gradually become purer and harder. Right now, Gu Fei was like a piece of iron, and the Tao of Heaven was the blacksmith. Under the tempering of the Tao of Heaven, the 9 Tao patterns that Gu Fei had comprehended gradually took shape and imprinted themselves on every part of his body. The Tao of Heaven and Earth gradually fused together. The reason why the saints could stand high above and look down on all living beings was because the saint's body and Tao had fused together, surpassing the Tao of Heaven and Earth. Before becoming a saint, all living beings were weak ants under the Tao of Heaven and Earth. Gu Fei's martial body was getting stronger and stronger, and he began to have the power to counterattack. Gradually, he could contend against the 3 figures formed from lightning. Buzz. Soon, the 9 Tao patterns that emerged from Gu Fei's body began to become clear. The void trembled, and the 9 Tao patterns attracted the surrounding spiritual qi of heaven and earth. Even the primal chaos qi was drawn over and was devoured by Gu Fei's martial body. Gu Fei's martial body was like a starving beast, greedily devouring the surrounding spiritual qi. Bang! Gu Fei struck out with the primal chaos fist. 9 Tao patterns emerged on his fist, drawing the strongest power and forcing the bald monk back. Then Gu Fei used the 8 desolation steps and instantly appeared above the immortal Tao figure. With a stomp, the immortal Tao figure was trampled down from the sky. After forcing back the 2 Tao of Heaven's incarnations, Gu Fei directly pounced on the other figure and engaged in close combat with it. In just an instant, Gu Fei had thrown out more than 1,000 punches. Too fierce. Everyone who saw this scene was dumbfounded. Boss is about to succeed in suppressing the Tao of Heaven. Chapter 2209. How is this possible? Is he really going to defy the heavens? Seeing that Gu Fei was actually able to contend against the incarnation of the heavenly will, everyone was dumbfounded. Becoming a saint through force. Who knew how long it had been since a saint like this had appeared? However, although the situation was very advantageous to Gu Fei, there were people who were unwilling to see Gu Fei become a saint. Boom! Just as Gu Fei was suppressing the incarnation of the heavenly will, a powerful aura of a saint suddenly appeared in the sky 1,000 miles away. The pressure of a saint spread out in all directions. Those guys, the thing that He Tian had been worried about all this time, had finally happened. Gu Fei definitely had many enemies on the soaring dragon ancestral star. The thing that these people wanted to see the most was Gu Fei becoming a saint. Once Gu Fei became a saint, they would have no way to survive. With Gu Fei's personality, once he returned to the soaring dragon ancestral star after becoming a saint, he would definitely settle the grudges of the past. At that time, many people would die. The saint, who was 1,000 miles away, made his move. A divine stone that was emitting an overwhelming chaotic divine light flew up and smashed towards the head of Gu Fei, who was fighting endlessly against the incarnation of the heavenly will. That stone was not simple. It was a saint striking stone that could hit a saint. Despicable and shameless guy. He Tian was both shocked and furious. He watched this scene nervously. The saint striking stone smashed directly into the heavenly tribulation. Just as it was about to land on Gu Fei's head, the middle-aged man who was fighting with Gu Fei suddenly turned around and punched out. Boom! The middle-aged man's punch directly smashed onto the saint striking stone, and it was actually blasted away. Wah! The saint who had attacked Gu Fei 1,000 miles away coughed out a mouthful of blood. The saint striking stone was covered in cracks, and its light was dim. It was almost shattered by that middle-aged man's punch. That saint did not dare to stay any longer. He immediately put away the saint striking stone and quickly retreated. This, when Gu Fei saw the incarnation of heavens will actually unleash such a powerful punch, almost shattering the saint's striking stone that the saint had taken out, he was truly shocked. If that punch had been aimed at him, he would have been smashed into pieces. However, when the Heavenly Tao incarnation turned around and attacked Gu Fei again. Gu Fei realized that the power displayed by the Heavenly Tao incarnation was far inferior to the previous punch. Could it be that the power of the Heavenly Tao's incarnation varies from person to person? Gu Fei quickly came to a realization. No one dared to make another move. The backlash from the heavenly tribulation was no joke. Even those who did not want to see Gu Fei become a saint could not do anything at this time. Gu Fei's tribulation was already irreversible. At this time, Gu Fei had no distractions in his heart. He could feel that his strength was constantly increasing, and the great Tao he had comprehended was constantly fusing into his life. Only when the body and the great Tao became one could true eternity be realized. Of course, this was relative. There were no absolutes in the world. Even supreme beings who were known to be invincible in the 3 realms and 6 paths would fall, let alone saints. In the end, even Gu Fei's martial body was shattered a few times. Only then did Gu Fei's martial body finally complete the transformation and become a saint's body. Under the attacks of the 3 incarnations of heaven's will, Gu Fei almost died. However, he endured it and then counterattacked. In the end, the 9 Tao patterns were formed and successfully fused into Gu Fei's life. Although the 3 incarnations of heavens were powerful, they were still shattered by Gu Fei in the end and returned to the heavenly Tao. Roar! Gu Fei roared at the sky. A terrifying sound wave spread far and wide. The 9 heaven stars sword in his hand also vibrated, and a wave of life was born in the divine sword. Everyone's expression changed. An unimaginably powerful saint had appeared in the world. The heavenly Tao shook. At this moment, everyone who entered the chaotic divine soil was dumbfounded. How is this possible? The divine punishment faded and the terrifying power returned to the heavenly Tao. Rumble. At the moment when Gu Fei became a saint, the divine sound of the great path also sounded in the depths of the chaotic divine sea. The power of the saint level spread in all directions. The 2 of them became saints at almost the same time. This was unbelievable. Wasn't there supposed to be only 1 saint in a generation? Why did 2 saints appear today? How is this possible? This doesn't make sense. Someone said something like that. Haha, Gu Fei, it's time for you to die. Crazy laughter came from the depths of the chaotic divine sea. If you dare to kill people from the extraterrestrial divine mountain, you should be prepared to die. From the depths of the chaotic divine sea, a red-haired young man walked out. 9 primordial Tao patterns appeared on his body, intertwining with the power of the saint level. Roar! Just when the red-haired young man was about to leave the chaotic divine sea, a roar was heard. A fierce beast the size of a small mountain rushed out of the sea and opened its mouth to bite the red-haired young man. You don't know what's good for you. The red-haired young man waved his hand. The fierce beast flew up and smashed over a dozen miles away. Bang! With a bang, the ferocious beast's body exploded, turning into a bloody mist that dissipated into the void. Human! How dare you kill my subordinate? A wave of divine consciousness came. Then, a middle-aged man wearing golden armor and holding a trident walked out from the depths of the chaotic divine sea. I killed him. Why do you have so much nonsense to say? The red-haired young man said disdainfully. Die. The middle-aged man with the trident rushed over. He waved the trident in his hand, and huge waves were immediately set off in the chaotic divine sea. Without any unnecessary words, the red-haired young man and the middle-aged man started fighting. This was a battle between saints. A terrifying wave of power spread out, and the chaotic divine sea was in chaos. Many remnants of chaos that were hiding in the chaotic divine sea fled. Although the red-haired young man had just passed the divine tribulation, he was extremely powerful, and his combat power was shocking. The pressure of a saint was suffocating. The overlord of the sea in human form was unable to gain the upper hand. Just as the red-haired young man from the extraterrestrial divine mountain was fighting with the overlord of the sea, two figures blocked Gu Fei's way. Die! Without any words, the two saints attacked Gu Fei. Scram! Just as Gu Fei was about to fight, a loud shout was heard from afar. Then, the two saints who attacked Gu Fei really started rolling in the void until they disappeared from Gu Fei's sight. Gu Fei was extremely shocked. He never expected that there would be such a powerful person. To this person, saints were probably as weak as ants. He hurriedly looked in the direction of the voice, only to see a middle-aged man dressed in beast skin and holding a stone staff walking towards him from afar. Human Sovereign. Chapter 2210. No one would have thought that a Ren Huang would appear in the chaotic divine soil. This was an invincible existence apart from the Supremes. Even immortal Venerables might not be a match for a Ren Huang. To a certain extent, a Ren Huang was a supremacy. Gu Fei had just become a saint. So many people wanted to attack him. However, the Ren Huang let out a loud roar and sent two saints flying far away. Those who wanted to attack Gu Fei had no choice but to retreat. With the presence of the human sovereign, even a supreme being would have to think twice before attacking Gu Fei. Greetings, Ren Huang. Gu Fei hurriedly bowed to Jiang Ren Huang. He was an elder of the Jiang family of the clan of the remote antiquity. He attained his Tao in the ancient times and was the last human sovereign to do so. After Ren Huang Jiang, no one else could cultivate to the Ren Huang fruit of the way. No need to be so polite. Actually, I have to thank you. If it wasn't for that drop of immortal, godly liquid, the poison in my body would not have been dissolved so quickly. Ren Huang Jiang came in front of Gu Fei and patted his shoulder. It is my honor to be able to help Ren Huang. Gu Fei said respectfully, there had been human emperors among the human race, and all of them were worthy of respect. This human emperor Jiang had even pacified a great turmoil in the late, untainted land of antiquity. The chaos of the ancient Huanma was definitely a catastrophe for the human clan. It was unknown how many experts of the human clan were killed by this demon and their essence was devoured. If it wasn't for Ren Huang Jiang, perhaps the Huan-Mo could have broken through the shackles and become a demon ancestor. Who is that? Ren Huang. In the sky, an ancient saint whispered. He looks familiar. He seems to be. Someone seemed to have recognized Ren Huang Jiang. Ren Huang Jiang's appearance was a bit special. He wore animal skin and held a stone stick in his hand. He looked like an uncivilized human who had just walked out of the primitive mountains. It can't be him. An ancient saint who had lived in the same era as Ren Huang Jiang was shocked to the extreme after seeing him. It was as if he had seen the most unbelievable thing in the world. The invincible Ren Huang was not just a legend. To live in the same era as a Ren Huang was definitely a tragedy for these ancient saints. Roar! Just as Jiang Ren Huang and Gu Fei were talking in a valley thousands of miles away, waves of demonic howls were heard, and a demonic shadow was looming in the valley. Jiang Xian, if I, Huanma, don't take revenge for this, I swear not to be a demon. Vicious words came from the valley. Yes, just as the demon in the valley was cursing Jiang Ren Huang. Jiang Ren Huang seemed to have sensed something. His eyes emitted a bright light as he suddenly turned around and looked in the direction of the valley where the phantom demon was. What's wrong? Gu Fei couldn't help but be surprised when he saw Jiang Ren Huang's desire to fight. It's fine. That demon is here too. He really doesn't know his place. Jiang Ren Huang didn't say much. He took a step forward, and a path formed by intertwining runes appeared beneath his feet, stretching into the distance. Before Gu Fei could regain his composure, Jiang Ren Huang was already far away. The birth of the human sovereign was definitely an earth-shattering event. Very quickly, this news spread and shocked all the forces that entered the chaotic divine soil. The people from the Jiang clan of the primordial clan were especially excited. Jiang Ren Huang's disappearance had a great impact on the Jiang family of the clan of the ancients. Some people said that Jiang Renhuang had fallen in the battle with the Huanma. However, the Jiang family of the clan of the ancients did not believe that the human sovereign could not even deal with a Huanma, and no one had seen the human sovereign's corpse. However, the human sovereign hadn't returned to the Jiang family for tens of thousands of years. This made the Jiang family's enemies of the clan of the ancients restless. One of the sworn enemies of the Jiang family from the primordial antiquity even attacked the Jiang family first. In the end, that enemy joined forces with all of the Jiang family's death grounds and attacked the Jiang family's ancestral court. If it weren't for Jiang Renhuang's backup plan, the Jiang family of the clan of the ancients would have been destroyed a long time ago. With the patriarch's return, our Jiang clan can finally challenge the world again. An elder of the Jiang family of the desolate shouted, "Let's see who still dares to bully our Jiang family." The people of the Jiang family felt a sense of relief. For countless years, they had endured for far too long. Today, with the return of the patriarch, they could finally vent the anger in their chests. However, there were also many who were unwilling to see the return of Jiang Renhuang, especially those superpowers that had a deep grudge against the Jiang family of the desolate antiquity. Many ancient saints left the chaotic divine soil as soon as they heard the news of Jiang Renhuang's return. These people wanted to enter the chaotic divine soil to kill the geniuses of the Jiang family of the desolate antiquity. However, at this time, they only wanted to protect themselves. If they encountered the human sovereign, no matter how many of them there were, they would still die. Even immortal venerable ancestors would have to retreat. This was the human sovereign, the sovereign of men. What? At this time, the Huanma who was hiding in the valley to heal his injuries had already sensed Jiang Renhuang's rapid approach. He immediately split himself into countless clones and rushed in all directions. One had to admit that the Huanma's illusion technique was indeed impressive. Even someone as powerful as Jiang Renhuang couldn't find the true body of this peerless devil. Kill! Jiang Renhuang instantly appeared above the valley and swung the stone cudgel in his hand down. Rumble! The entire heaven and earth shook. Even the chaotic divine soil that was as stable as the chaotic divine soil was shaken. The aura of the human sovereign spread across the entire chaotic divine soil, shocking all living beings. How many years has it been since such a supreme existence has appeared again? An old voice came from the depths of the chaotic divine soil. At this time, the stone cudgel fell. The billions of clones that the Huanma had created were all dispersed by the mighty aura of the human sovereign. However, the true body of the Huanma had disappeared. What a cunning devil! Jiang Renhuang kept the stone cudgel and glanced at the depths of the chaotic divine soil. Then he disappeared into the void. He had sensed the aura of the Huanma and chased after it. It's really... How is this possible? Although the aura of the human sovereign only appeared for a brief moment, it was enough to shake the world. All the ancient saints no longer doubted that the human sovereign of the Jiang family was still alive. The 3 realms and the 6 paths will be in chaos soon. The sky net that those old guys set up is about to collapse. You have to improve your cultivation as soon as possible to deal with the coming chaos. At this time, Jiang Renhuang's voice resounded in Gu Fei's mind. Gu Fei was shocked to the extreme because what Jiang Renhuang said was too terrifying. The 3 realms and the 6 paths would be in chaos, and the sky net would be a great secret. Could it be that with his current cultivation, he still couldn't deal with the chaos? The more Gu Fei thought about it, the more frightened he became. Gu Fei, it really is you. Chapter 22:11. The murderous aura was so shocking that the primal chaos mist within a radius of 10,000 miles was dispersed by this murderous aura. A crimson-haired young man with purple lightning flashing all over his body walked in the void, approaching Gu Fei step by step. Who are you? Gu Fei's blood boiled when he saw this person. This was a powerful opponent, and it seemed that he had just become a martial sage. Could it be that this person was competing with him, for the opportunity to become a martial sage? Humph, my good-for-nothing brother. Although he is a good-for-nothing, it is not up to an outsider to kill him. The crimson-haired young man came in front of Gu Fei, stared at Gu Fei, and said coldly, "Humph, I have killed a lot of trash. You are talking about that trash." Gu Fei was full of fighting spirit. At this time he wanted to find a guy to practice with, but he did not expect this guy to jump out so quickly. "You are courting death. The people of extraterrestrial Divine Mountain are not so easily bullied." The crimson-haired young man gritted his teeth and said, "Ah, I remember now. So you are the brother of Long Badeo. If your brother is trash, then as his brother, you should be trash too." Gu Fei said with a smile. The crimson-haired young man heard this, and blue veins popped on his forehead. He stretched out his right hand and grabbed the air in front of him. A purple divine light suddenly appeared in his hand, and then a purple spear appeared in his hand. Whoosh! Without any words, the crimson-haired young man held the spear and stabbed at Gu Fei. The spear was surrounded by purple qi, and there were 9 purple Tao patterns on it. It attracted the surrounding spiritual qi of heaven and earth. When the spear stabbed out, a hole was pierced in the void. Gu Fei did not use the 9 heaven stars sword. He directly waved his fist and punched at the spear. "Haha! You want to fight against a sacred weapon with your flesh and blood? Do you think you are a martial ancestor?" The crimson-haired young man's words were extremely cold and emotionless. However, his smile soon disappeared because Gu Fei had already punched the tip of the spear. When the fist and the spear collided, the sound of metal colliding was heard. The crimson-haired young man felt as if his spear had struck an immortal divine metal. The impact numbed his hands, and the spear almost flew out of his hands. What? The blood-red-haired young man's shock was no small matter. His opponent's body seemed to be terrifyingly tough, able to fight against a true perfect saint weapon. The purple spear was not a sacred weapon refined by the red-haired young man himself. It was a treasure from the extraterrestrial Divine Mountain. This time he brought it with him. He was very clear about the might of the purple gold battle spear, especially since he had become a saint. This seemingly ordinary attack would probably be able to shatter even an ancient sacred mountain. Kill! While the crimson-haired young man was still in shock, Gu Fei had already used his form displacement transposition to close in on the crimson-haired young man in an instant. He then swung his hand at the young man's head. Buzz! The void shook, and a chaotic blade radiance rushed out from Gu Fei's right hand. It was like a real peerless blade cutting through the void. Swoosh! Just when Gu Fei's hand was about to hit the crimson-haired young man, the latter's body suddenly blurred, as if he was about to disappear. Gu Fei's hand chopped, but there was no point of force at all. It was as if he was chopping at the air. This was an afterimage left by the crimson-haired young man, which had not yet disappeared. The real body of the crimson-haired young man had already moved hundreds of feet away. What a fast body movement! Gu Fei was shocked. His opponent had also mastered an extremely fast body movement. The extraterrestrial Divine Mountain was indeed not to be underestimated. Long Badeo was already extraordinary in the past. Since this person was Long Badeo's elder brother, he must be an extraordinary existence. Long Badeo wanted to plot against Gu Fei, but he was killed by Gu Fei. This was definitely a great loss for the extraterrestrial Divine Mountain, because Long Badeo was one of the few geniuses cultivated by the extraterrestrial Divine Mountain. The status of the extraterrestrial Divine Mountain was transcendent. Someone dared to kill their disciple, which naturally made the ruler of the extraterrestrial Divine Mountain furious. Others might be afraid of the extraterrestrial Divine Mountain, but Gu Fei was definitely an exception. He did not care where Long Badeo came from. Since he was an enemy, he would directly kill him. Swoosh! Gu Fei's body also disappeared in the void. He displayed his extremely fast body movement and attacked the crimson-haired young man. Seeing this scene, The pupils of the crimson-haired young man could not help but shrink. The next moment, he also disappeared in the void. Boom! Bang! The two great saints began to fight. Every time they collided, it was bound to shake the heaven and earth, causing the void to tremble. Their body movements were so fast that it was impossible to see them with the naked eye. Such speed made everyone's heart palpitate. The battle between the saints was not small, and many nearby cultivators who had not yet dispersed were attracted again. Bastards from the extraterrestrial divine mountain, Hei-Tian was extremely nervous in the distance. Gu Fei had just become a saint, but he had already encountered a strong opponent. This was both a good and a bad thing for Gu Fei. The good thing was that Gu Fei could practice and master this new power in the battle. The bad thing was that Gu Fei had not adapted to this new power yet. Hei-Tian had already seen that the purple golden spear in his opponent's hand was not ordinary. With the improvement of his cultivation, Hei-Tian gradually awakened more and more soul memories. The extraterrestrial divine mountain was not a force to be trifled with. It was a super-force that was not weaker than the remote antiquity forces. Moreover, in Hei-Tian's soul memories, it seemed that the extraterrestrial divine mountain seemed to have an extremely deep foundation. "Boss, you must win." Hei-Tian mumbled to himself. Gu Fei has met his match. In the distant sky, in the chaotic mist, a divine bird was faintly discernible. A woman in a crimson battle robe was watching this scene. "Why are there two saints? This doesn't make sense." Someone said something like that. Gu Fei and the crimson-haired young man had become saints at the same time. This was something that was rarely seen. Even the ancient saints could not understand why this was happening. Could it be that the others still had a chance to become saints? Someone was guessing, but no one dared to try. After all, once a saint's tribulation was triggered, there would be no turning back. If they failed, they would be destroyed in both body and soul. No one dared to challenge this iron rule, because if they guessed wrong, they would be courting death. Bang! There was a thunder-like collision in the void. The figures of Gu Fei and the crimson-haired young man appeared in the void. Gu Fei punched the crimson-haired young man's shoulder, sending him flying. The crimson-haired young man also waved the purple golden spear in his hand. The spear swept fiercely at Gu Fei's waist, sending Gu Fei flying. Chapter 22:12. Kill. The two cultivators who had just become saints were fighting. Terrifying shockwaves spread in all directions. There were flashes of light in the sky from time to time, tearing the sky apart and destroying everything. The primal chaos mist within a radius of 100,000 miles was completely dispersed. Everyone was incomparably shocked. These two people were too powerful and did not look like they had just become saints. Even some of the ancient saints were shocked to see this scene. Bang! Gu Fei punched the crimson-haired young man's shoulder again. This time, the powerful power of the saint path erupted from Gu Fei's right fist. The young man's left shoulder was smashed into pieces and turned into a mist of blood. On the chaotic fist, the 9 primordial patterns were faintly visible. Gu Fei's entire body was like a human-shaped saint weapon. The strength of his saint body was shocking. Uft! At the moment when Gu Fei's fist landed on the young man's shoulder, blood suddenly appeared on his right thigh. It was pierced by a purple gold battle spear. The crimson-haired young man held the purple gold battle spear in his right hand and wanted to lift Gu Fei up. However, Gu Fei stretched out his left hand and grabbed the purple gold battle spear in his thigh. Then he used his right hand to chop down on the spear. Roar! Gu Fei roared. His roar was like a clap of thunder, causing the ears of all the spectators to buzz and their blood to boil. Bang! The sound of metal breaking was heard. Under the crimson-haired young man's disbelieving gaze, the purple gold battle spear was actually broken into 2 by Gu Fei's right hand. What? The crimson-haired young man was truly shocked. The strength of his opponent's body was beyond his imagination. This kind of body was too terrifying. No wonder Long Badeo died at the hands of this person. It was not that Long Badeo was not strong, but that this person was stronger than him. The purple golden battle spear was not an ordinary saint weapon. It was a treasure left behind by an ancestor of the extraterrestrial divine mountain. Moreover, this purple gold battle spear was refined from purple gold divine essence, so its toughness far surpassed that of godly metal. How much strength would it take to break the purple gold battle spear with one's bare hand? There was no time for the crimson-haired young man to think any further. Gu Fei had already pulled out the spear that was stuck in his thigh and thrust it at him. "Let's do it." The crimson-haired young man gritted his teeth, and a surge of ruthlessness surged in his heart. He raised his hand, and the broken spear in his hand stabbed towards Gu Fei's chest. Pooh! Pooh! Two soft sounds rang out. The battle spear in Gu Fei's hand stabbed ruthlessly into the scarlet-haired young man's left chest. The tip of the spear came out of the young man's back. The blood-haired youth's broken spear was also stabbed into Gu Fei's chest. Divine blood rained down from the sky. The drops of blood were like blood-colored divine jade. Every drop of blood contained a huge amount of essence qi, and there were faint traces of the Tao within them. "How dare you fight me in close combat? You're courting death." Gu Fei stretched out his left hand and grabbed the crimson-haired young man's right arm. He then pulled forcefully. There was a flash of blood. The crimson-haired young man roared angrily. His entire arm from the shoulder down was torn off by Gu Fei. "Are you the successor of the martial ancestor?" The crimson-haired young man was extremely shocked. Waves of the divine sound of the great path came from his body. The wounds on his body were healing rapidly, and his broken arm was growing back. At this level of cultivation, the heavy injuries on the body could no longer seriously damage the crimson-haired young man's vitality. If Yi Futian wanted to kill him, he would have to use special methods. The crimson-haired young man quickly retreated, trying to distance himself from Gu Fei. However, Gu Fei followed him like a shadow. He threw a punch at the crimson-haired young man's chest. Bang! Crack! The sound of flesh colliding and bones breaking could be heard. The crimson-haired young man's chest caved in from Gu Fei's punch. It was as if he had been hit by a giant hammer. The crimson-haired young man was sent flying by Gu Fei's punch. The half-spear that was stuck in his chest flew out, and blood splattered everywhere. Roar! The crimson-haired young man roared. His crimson-haired hair danced wildly. Divine light shone from his body, and the divine sound of the great path rang out from his body. 9 primordial patterns rushed out from the crimson-haired young man's body and enveloped him. Die! Gu Fei was extremely powerful. He was gradually gaining control of the new power. The power of the 9 primordial patterns had gradually merged with his martial body. He used the desolate steps and broke through the space that was sealed by the 9 primordial patterns outside the crimson-haired young man's body. He pointed at the crimson-haired young man's forehead. The crimson-haired young man seemed to want to say something, but the next moment, the divine light in his eyes gradually dimmed. He had lost his luster and vitality. Gu Fei broke the crimson-haired young man's Niwen palace with one finger and destroyed his primordial spirit. The power of the 9 primordial patterns started from the young man's forehead and instantly spread to his entire body, cutting off all of the crimson-haired young man's vitality. This method could kill a saint. The crimson-haired young man was dead. Without his spiritual soul, his corpse fell from the sky. An extremely powerful saint had fallen just like that. In the distance, everyone who was watching the battle was shocked to see the scene. This young saint was not simple. He was much stronger than the other saints who had just become saints. It was hard to imagine that someone who had just become a saint had fallen just like that. Roar! Someone shouted in the distant sky. The experts from Extraterrestrial Divine Mountain were all extremely excited. They wanted nothing more than to tear Gu Fei into pieces and eat Gu Fei's flesh. "Old He, I'll leave this corpse to you," Gu Fei said to He Tian, who was thousands of miles away. He took a step forward and instantly crossed thousands of miles of the void, stopping the two old men who were about to retreat. Damn it! The two old men's expressions changed drastically. What's so great about extraterrestrial Divine Mountain? There are actually two ancient half-saints who have also entered the chaotic divine soil. Gu Fei's face was expressionless, and his voice was extremely calm. "Do you think you can still live after killing a saint of our clan?" One of the two old men, a bald old man, said while gritting his teeth. Don't kill me. I'm willing to serve you as my master." The other old man in black seemed to be scared out of his wits. His body was trembling, and his voice was trembling. The bald old man could not help but stare angrily at the old man in black when he saw his companion say such words. "You what? Even ants want to live, let alone humans. I don't want to die," the old man in black said loudly. "Traitor, I'm going to kill you." The bald old man's murderous, intent sword. He opened his mouth and spat out a divine sword, which slashed towards the old man in black. The sword chi was vast and mighty, and the surrounding temperature dropped rapidly. "Kill him, and you can live," Gu Fei said. Roar. Chapter 22:13. Without saying anything else, the black-robed old man charged towards the bald old man. His killing intent was shocking, as if he wanted to tear the bald old man apart. "Are you crazy? Are you really going to betray us?" The bald old man was both shocked and furious. He and the black-robed old man were fellow disciples of the same sect and had a good connection with each other. But now the bald old man wanted to kill him in order to live. "I want to live!" The black-robed old man roared and attacked. The string of bone beads on his wrist flew up and turned into 9 balls of divine light that smashed towards the bald old man. No one wanted to die. The black-robed old man seemed to really want to live. "Kill!" The bald old man's divine sword vibrated, and a chilling sword chi spread out, causing the surrounding temperature to drop rapidly. The divine sword emitted a terrifying fluctuation as it slashed towards the black-robed old man. Clang! The 9 balls of divine light clashed with the bald old man's sword light, emitting an ear-piercing sound. Buzz! The power of destruction spread out, causing the entire space to ripple like transparent water. Ancient half-saints were much stronger than ordinary half-saints, especially those half-saints who had started cultivating during the primordial era and had lived until now. Although these ancient half-saints couldn't break through their shackles and become sages after waiting for so long, their understanding and comprehension of the grand Tao wasn't something that ordinary people could compare to. The bald old man and the black-robed old man were definitely experts amongst ancient half-saints. Even the eyelashes of these antiques were empty. They were extremely shrewd. "Let's go!" Just as the two of them seemed to be fighting with their lives on the line, the black-robed old man and the bald old man each took out a diagram, and the two similar forces collided. Boom! The heavens and earth shook as the two diagrams radiated with boundless divine light. A spatial tunnel appeared in the sky. Without any hesitation, the two of them put away their divine weapons and rushed into the spatial tunnel, disappearing inside. Trying to escape? Gu Fei had been watching this scene coldly. When he saw that the two ancient half-saints wanted to escape, he took a step forward and charged into the spatial passageway before it completely disappeared. Rumble. The heaven and earth shook. Gu Fei barged into a small world. The powerful pressure of a saint spread out, almost causing the small world to collapse. What? The bald old man and the black-clothed old man were dumbfounded. They realized that they had underestimated Gu Fei. He had just become a saint, but he already had such methods. This small world was a special place. Although it was not big, it was like a fairyland. Many of the most outstanding geniuses of the extraterrestrial divine mountain were cultivating here. At this time, Gu Fei fixed the spatial passage in place. Kill! Let's attack together. No matter the price, kill him for me, the bald old man roared. Buzz! A sword chime rang out as the bald old man's divine sword transformed into a beam of divine light that shot towards Gu Fei. Bang! Gu Fei casually threw a punch and shattered the divine sword into thousands of pieces. Countless pieces flew back towards the bald old man. At this time, everyone in the small world knew that a strong enemy had come. Moreover, this person was a saint. This was definitely a disaster for everyone in the small world. From time to time, there was a burst of powerful waves. All the people who were cultivating in the small world walked out and attacked Gu Fei. Humph! A little ant dares to challenge a dragon. You really don't know what's good for you. Gu Fei sneered and waved his hand. All the divine weapons that were flying towards him were sent flying away. Some of the divine weapons had already shattered into thousands of pieces in the air. Some of the divine weapons were extraordinary and did not shatter on the spot. However, they were covered in cracks as if they could shatter at any time. This was a battle without any suspense. Gu Fei attacked one after another and killed the two ancient half-saints on the spot. Then he killed all the disciples of the extraterrestrial divine mountain in the small world. Since he had completely offended this super force, Gu Fei would not hold back. Then, Gu Fei took away the small world. He planned to integrate the small world into his inner world. After coming out of the spatial tunnel, Gu Fei saw He Tian coming to greet him. At this time, He Tian had already taken care of the sacred corpse. He Tian had taken everything from the unlucky, red-haired young man. Even the corpse was not spared by He Tian. This was the sacred body of a saint-level cultivator. Even if he was dead, the power contained in his body would not dissipate. Every part of a sacred body was a treasure, especially its blood. That was the source of power. It was a great medicine that was comparable to divine medicine. It could increase a cultivator's cultivation. Boss, He Tian could not help but be excited to see Gu Fei again. Not bad. You have also touched that level. Gu Fei could see He Tian's current cultivation state at a glance. He Tian actually had the ability to break through to the saint level. Boss, we have been living in fear on the soaring dragon ancestral star without you. He Tian knew that many people on the soaring dragon ancestral star were going to be unlucky. Once Gu Fei returned to the soaring dragon ancestral star, he would definitely deal with these despicable guys. Are you exaggerating? You won't let yourself suffer a loss, Yi Zichen said with a smile. Gu Fei said with a smile. He knew He Tian very well. This guy was a perfect match for Old Tortoise in the Heaven Realm. They were both the ancestors of the underhanded method. Boss, where is Gu Zhong? He Tian asked. I have to bring them back. When Gu Fei entered the Chaos Well, he left Gu Zhong and the others at the third trial. He did not know how they were doing now. He did not hesitate and immediately returned to the Chaos Passageway. I did not expect you guys to actually step on the legendary ancient road of the human race. He Tian was shocked. He knew from Gu Fei some of the things that Gu Fei had experienced. He was extremely shocked. The ancient road of the human race was just a legend, but this legend was actually true. Gu Fei had already become a saint. At this moment, he wanted to seal himself with the 9 primordial Tao runes. Only then did he bring He Tian into the Chaos Passageway. On the third trial of the ancient road of the human race, there were many people fighting in a valley in the great wilderness. Corpses could be seen everywhere outside the valley. At this moment, there were hundreds of people surrounding a group of people in the valley. Lu Xianwang, what is the meaning of this? Do you really want to fight us to the death? A middle-aged man stood in the sky above the valley, staring at a divine island that floated high in the sky as he shouted, "Kill! Don't let a single one of them go." Chapter 22:14. A large number of experts from the South Pole Immortal Manor had already arrived at the third stage of the ancient road of humanity. Immortal Old Man's strength had increased greatly, and he no longer feared anyone. Rumble, a divine island, floated high in the sky. Auspicious chi and celestial light coiled around it like an ancient immortal's palace. Faint sounds of the grand Tao could be heard. This divine island was extraordinary. It used to be a palace of the South Pole Immortal Sovereign, but now it was given to Immortal Old Man Kill. A cold, murderous voice came from the divine island. Immortal Old Man didn't show himself. He stayed on the divine island and controlled everything from the back. The one who showed himself was the first divine general under the South Pole Immortal Sovereign. The first divine general was an old antique who had become a saint in ancient times. Some people said that the South Pole Immortal Sovereign was a true ancient immortal sovereign. One must know that even the Middle Province Immortal Mansion that had existed for countless years had an immortal guarding it. Although the Middle Province Immortal Mansion was destroyed by the various major powers in the end and a piece of land was turned into ruins, it was enough to show how deep the foundation of the Middle Province Immortal Mansion was. If the South Pole Immortal Sovereign really was an ancient immortal sovereign, it wouldn't be strange at all. Kill. At this time, the first divine general, who was standing on a mountain outside the valley, waved his arm. The experts surrounding the valley immediately began to activate the killing formation. Rumble, the sky and earth shook. Countless formation runes appeared in the air around the valley, intertwining with each other and causing the surrounding spiritual energy to gather. Clang! The sound of divine weapons being unsheathed came from the killing formation. Then a cold sword aura erupted and 9 beams of dazzling sword light rushed out from the killing formation. 9 swords killing formation. Seeing this scene in the sky above the valley, the Iron Blood Taoist was extremely shocked. He knew that this was one of the killing formations of the South Pole Immortal Manor. It had the power to destroy everything. It seemed that Immortal Old Man was bent on killing him. Although the Iron Blood Taoist was shocked, he didn't panic. He still had a backup plan. In the worst-case scenario, he could hide in his inner world and avoid this disaster. Humph! The Iron Blood Taoist snorted coldly. With a flip of his right hand, a fiery weapon immediately appeared in his hand. This weapon was different from the others. It was shaped like a cross and extended in 4 directions, representing the 4 extremes of the world. On the 2 sides of the 4 extremes, there was a rune left behind by a phoenix's nirvana. With the 4 extreme Tao patterns and the central Tao pattern added together, this divine weapon had 9 phoenix Tao patterns. This represented the ultimate power of the phoenix. This divine weapon was the phoenix tribulation that the Iron Blood Taoist had obtained after refining the phoenix nest. Buzz! The Iron Blood Taoist raised the phoenix tribulation in his hand, and the 8 fire Tao patterns immediately rushed out from the phoenix tribulation. They turned into 8 phantoms of phoenixes and rushed in all directions. Clang! The 9 divine swords hummed and emitted peerless sword light. Even the void was destroyed. However, the phoenix formed by the 8 patterns of the way of the phoenix blocked the 9 sword lights. What is that? The experts who charged into the valley were all shocked to the extreme. They felt a blazing aura descending from the sky. This aura made them feel hot all over. The blood in their bodies felt unbearable, as if it was ignited. It's the legendary divine weapon. A voice came from the divine island in the sky. A white-haired elder with a youthful face stood in a pavilion on the divine island. The Iron Blood Taoist is not simple. He seems to have obtained the inheritance of the ancient, undying Taoist. Do you need my help? Next to Earth Immortal Father stood a figure that shone with purple light like a purple sun, making it hard for people to look at him directly. There's no need for you to help. If I can't even take care of this Iron Blood Taoist, how can I control the South Pole Immortal residents in the future? The Earth Immortal Elder said disapprovingly. The person didn't say anything else after hearing that. Phoenix Tribulation. The first divine general's pupil shrank when he saw this scene. He had achieved the Tao in the ancient era. Naturally, he had heard of the name of this divine weapon. This divine weapon was the supreme treasure of the Phoenix clan. It was obtained by the undying Taoist. After the undying Taoist died, this divine weapon was nowhere to be found. During that era, even the saints had the risk of dying. Some innate divine beasts were incomparably powerful and definitely not weaker than the saints. Some people said that the undying Taoist was originally a phoenix that had achieved the Tao and turned into a human. Everyone in the valley heaved a sigh of relief after the Phoenix Tribulation stopped the 9 swords killing formation. This South Pole immortal residence was truly hateful. If Master was here, this old ghost earth wouldn't have the chance to act so arrogantly, Gu Zhong said fiercely. His body was covered in blood. There was a shocking sword wound on his shoulder. Blood had soaked through half of his clothes. Even his bones were exposed from the wound. He had encountered a sword Tao half-saint. His opponent's cultivation and realm were far above his. If it wasn't for his incomparably powerful martial body, he would have been split in half by that sword. Some of the 12 great bandits were also heavily injured. Fortunately, the Iron Blood Taoist acted in time. Although some of them were heavily injured, none of them died. Even Yao Yu and Zhong Li Meng's bodies were splattered with blood. Old Jiao was also slashed by the sword Tao expert. One of his dragon claws was almost chopped off. The South Pole Immortal Residence's foundation is truly terrifying. The leader of the 12 great bandits, Zhu Guiliang, said. Half of his Taoist robe had been torn apart, revealing the flexible armor underneath. There were 5 finger marks on the flexible armor. If he was wearing the armor, he would have been torn to pieces by the person who attacked him. That person was as ferocious as a ferocious beast. We will settle this debt with the South Pole Immortal Residence sooner or later. In the end, that old ghost earth will regret what he did today. Gu Zhong said in a deep voice. He was very clear about his master's personality. His master would never let these people who dared to attack him go so easily. At this moment, the entire periphery of the valley was filled with sword light. An earth-shattering destructive force was coming towards the valley. The void was being destroyed. Roar! In the sky above the valley, the Iron Blood Taoist roared. He used all his strength to control the Phoenix Tribulation in his hand. The 9th Tao pattern emitted rays of divine light. Within the Phoenix Tribulation, there seemed to be a supreme divine beast gradually awakening. However, the Iron Blood Taoist was not a saint. It was difficult for him to unleash the true power of this divine weapon. In the end, the 9th Tao pattern on the Phoenix Tribulation did not materialize. Don't struggle anymore. Chapter 22:15. The first divine general's attack was extremely powerful. He charged into the valley and slammed a palm at the Iron Blood Taoist. Boom! An immeasurable amount of divine light rushed out from the first divine general's right hand and spread out in all directions. A huge earthen hand the size of a mountain covered half of the world, cutting off all paths of retreat for the Iron Blood Taoist. The first divine general was an ancient saint. Even though he had sealed his saint-level cultivation, his body was still a true saint physique. To a certain extent, a saint physique was equivalent to a saint weapon in human form. The first divine general didn't need to worry about the Phoenix Tribulation in the Iron Blood Taoist's hand. Bam! The earthy hand pushed forward, and the 2 fire phoenixes in front of it immediately exploded, revealing their true forms. 2 lines of the way shone with dazzling divine light, attracting the power of the great path to resist the earthy hand. However, the first divine general was truly powerful. The first divine general under the South Pole Immortal Sovereign definitely had a great background that ordinary ancient saints couldn't compare to. The 2 phoenix runes couldn't resist the hand and collapsed in the void, destroyed by the hand. The Iron Blood Taoist was shocked to see this. This opponent was incredible. The immortal father really thought highly of him to send someone like this to kill him. Roar! The iron-blood Taoist roared, and his long hair fluttered in the wind. He desperately poured the essence in his body into the phoenix tribulation in his hand and used it to suppress the incoming hand. Buzz! The phoenix tribulation trembled, and a powerful sacred beast aura spread out. The 9th rune in the center of the phoenix tribulation seemed to show signs of rushing out. 8 phoenix runes rushed out from the phoenix tribulation and intertwined into a mysterious pattern. A phoenix cry resounded through the 9 heavens. 8 phoenix Tao patterns gathered together and turned into a blazing phoenix. The aura of an extremely powerful saint beast filled the entire space. Clang! The phoenix spread its wings, and the golden feathers actually emitted a metallic sound. They were like golden divine swords, as if they could turn into heavenly swords at any time and fly up to kill the enemy. They were incomparably real, as if the real 9 heavens divine phoenix had descended. Even the first divine general was moved when he sensed the power of the divine phoenix. Boom! The divine phoenix that was formed by interweaving Tao patterns charged directly at the earth-colored hand. That was the power of the thick earth. The first divine general was not simple. He cultivated the power of earth of the 5 elements. The power of the earth element was vast and vigorous. Once it was cultivated to the great accomplishment realm, every movement would contain great power, especially the power of the thick earth. As long as one's feet were on the ground, one wouldn't have to worry about Shen Yuan drying up. However, there were not many people who could cultivate the earth elemental power to the great accomplishment realm. The first godly general was one of them. This was a terrifying confrontation. The golden divine phoenix collided with the earth-colored hand. The void was annihilated, and the heavens and earth were penetrated. The vast and mighty destructive power turned into a terrifying energy wave that swept out in all directions. Everything in its path was directly torn apart and obliterated. In the valley, everyone turned pale with fright. It was impossible for them to resist this kind of power. If they were to be affected by it, their bodies and souls would be destroyed. Outrageous! I don't want to die, someone from the 12 bandits roared. However, in the face of such power, even Gu Zhong and Zhu Guliang were helpless. Although Gu Zhong also had a saint tool, it was useless. With Gu Zhong's current cultivation, it was difficult for him to truly unleash the power of a saint tool. If he had broken through to the half-saint realm, the situation would be different. However, reality was cruel. Swoosh! Just when everyone was in despair, a figure suddenly fell from the sky and landed in front of them. Ugh! The person spat out a large mouthful of blood. The clothes on his chest were dyed red. Boss! The 12 bandits were shocked to see this person. This person was the iron-blood Taoist. At this moment, the iron-blood Taoist's face was as pale as paper, and he was panting. It was obvious that he was badly injured. Rumble! The destructive storm was rapidly approaching. The iron-blood Taoist didn't say anything. He directly waved his hand and took everyone into his inner world. He then used the phoenix tribulation to protect himself and soared into the sky in an attempt to escape. The first godly general was too powerful. The iron-blood Taoist was no match for him. If it wasn't for the phoenix tribulation, he would have been killed by the first godly general many times over. Humph! Want to leave? Just accept your death. The first godly general's voice resounded. He only took one step forward and completely ignored the destructive storm that could tear the sky apart as he chased after the iron-blood Taoist. It won't be that easy to kill me. The iron-blood Taoist's entire body seemed to be on fire. He turned into a ray of fire and instantly rushed thousands of miles away. His speed was so fast that even the first godly general was taken aback. You can't escape. The first godly general wasn't in a hurry. He raised his right hand, and a layer of earth-colored brilliance appeared in front of the iron-blood Taoist. Tao runes could be vaguely seen in the void. Yu, the iron-blood Taoist, was both shocked and furious. Not only did the opponent set up the 9 swords killing formation, but he also had a backup plan that sealed the surrounding area with Tao runes. This was too shocking. He didn't seem to have any deep grudges with the Earth Immortal Father. They just had some conflicts. This Earth Immortal Father was really narrow-minded. It was just a small grudge, yet he didn't hesitate to use such a method to kill him. It was hard to imagine that someone like this could also cultivate to the demisage stage. No one has ever escaped from the people I want to kill. The first godly general's voice resounded behind the iron-blood Taoist. A chilling killing intent had already enveloped the iron-blood Taoist, making him feel a great threat. "Humph! You won't live even if you kill me." The iron-blood Taoist sneered. He slowly turned around and looked at the first godly general. "Is that so? I know what you're talking about. That Gu Fei is also my target. If he dares to appear, I'll twist his head off." The first godly general said, "Who wants to twist my head off?" At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out nearby. "My lord, you're finally back." The iron-blood Taoist looked in the direction of the voice and saw 2 figures standing on a mountain peak dozens of miles away. Who else could it be but Gu Fei? At this moment, the iron-blood Taoist finally felt how cute Gu Fei was. "You're Gu Fei." The first godly general's eyes narrowed the moment he looked at Gu Fei. His face revealed a look of disbelief. You've actually become a sage?" Chapter 22:17. You've actually become a saint. The first divine general's shock was no small matter. Everything he knew about Gu Fei had changed dramatically. He had actually become a saint. Only the first divine general, who was also a saint, could sense the true aura of the divine path emanating from Gu Fei. "Who are you? How dare you attack my people?" Gu Fei stood at the peak of the mountain. He could also sense the obscure power of the 9 Tao patterns on the first divine general's body. Only a saint could truly control this power. "Gu Fei, you've actually become a saint." At this moment, a cry of surprise came from the distant sky. "Lu Xianwang." Gu Fei looked up into the sky and saw a divine island floating in the clouds. The sound of the great Tao could be heard. It was an island branded with the Tao patterns of a saint. "So it's you." Gu Fei was somewhat surprised. He didn't seem to have offended anyone from the South Pole Immortal Mansion. Why would this Lu Xianwing send such an expert to kill the iron-blood Taoist? Outrageous. I don't have a chance anymore. First divine general, kill them all. Lu Xianwang roared. Only one person could become a saint in a lifetime. Since Gu Fei had already become a saint, then in this lifetime, no one else would have the chance to become a saint. This almost drove Lu Xianwang crazy. He was indeed the younger brother of the South Pole Immortal Venerable. He had always been under the protection of the South Pole Immortal Venerable and had lived since the ancient times until now. Although Lu Xianwang had lived for a very long time, his aptitude was too poor. After countless years of cultivation, he had only reached the saint-to-be realm. He had experienced countless great eras, but he had never been able to become a saint. He had wanted to become a saint in this lifetime and had made all the preparations. However, man proposes, God disposes. He hadn't even entered the chaotic divine soil when Gu Fei had already become a saint. This was equivalent to cutting off his path to becoming a saint. How could he not go crazy? When the first divine general heard this, he wanted to kill the iron-blood Taoist first, and then Gu Fei. However, the moment he moved, he suddenly felt an extreme sense of danger. Swish! A figure appeared outside the divine shield of thick earth and tore it apart, pressing towards the first divine general with unparalleled power. You. The first divine general's heart trembled. Gu Fei had once made a name for himself on the ancestral star of Buzhou and was the emperor among his peers. The first divine general didn't dare to look down on Gu Fei. "My lord," Iron-blood Taoist walked towards Gu Fei. "Where are the others?" Gu Fei asked. "Gu Fei," Lord Wing said. "Don't worry, master. I've already taken them into my inner world," the Iron-blood Taoist hurriedly said. You can leave now." Gu Fei nodded and said, from the beginning to the end, he didn't even look at Iron-blood Taoist. At this moment, he was highly focused on the first divine general. Once the other party made any strange movements, he would attack him immediately. "You haven't even heard of me, the first divine general." The first divine general was a little surprised. "Master, this person is the first divine general under the South Pole Immortal Reverend, an ancient saint." Iron-blood Taoist hurriedly explained to Gu Fei through voice transmission. Then he walked out of the light screen Gu Fei had broken and retreated into the distance. The first divine general. Gu Fei had already arrived in front of the first divine general. He found that this opponent gave him an unfathomable feeling. This person was like a barrel of gunpowder that could explode at any time, extremely dangerous. Clang! At this time, the first divine general operated a great technique. 9 rays of sword light soared into the sky and turned into sword rainbows. They emitted powerful energy fluctuations and slashed towards Gu Fei. The first divine general attracted the power of the 9 swords killing formation. Humph! Gu Fei snorted coldly. He had no intention of dodging at all. He directly waved his fists and smashed them towards the incoming sword rainbows, using his body to resist the power of the killing formation. The first divine general personally controlled the 9 swords killing formation. The power of the formation was immediately raised to a higher level, and it emitted a terrifying energy fluctuation. Clang! Gu Fei waved his fists and smashed away all the 9 rainbows. This scene made everyone who saw it dumbfounded. This person's physical strength was too strong. It should be known that the sword chi condensed by the 9 swords killing formation was absolutely comparable to the power of a true divine tool. Kill! Without any hesitation, Gu Fei directly threw out a primal chaos fist. The primal chaos chi was vast and mighty, and the void in front of his fist directly collapsed, forming a series of pitch-black cracks. So strong. Is he really a guy who just became a saint? The first divine general was incomparably shocked. The feeling that Gu Fei gave him was even more powerful and terrifying than some ancient saints. He directly soared into the sky and dodged Gu Fei's punch. Suppress! The first divine general shouted and formed a seal with both hands. The power of thick earth from 10 directions frantically gathered and condensed into a thick earth seal, which pressed down on Gu Fei below. Rumble! Countless Tao patterns interweaved, and the thick earth seal pressed down from the sky like an ancient divine mountain. The terrifying power shattered the world and sealed the void. Although the first godly general had sealed his saint-level cultivation, his fighting strength was still many times stronger than that of an ordinary advanced saint-level expert. These ancient saints who had survived from the antiquity age were simply the killers of quasi-saints. Unfortunately, Gu Fei was not a quasi-saint. Open for me. Gu Fei soared into the sky and punched upwards with both fists. The powerful primal chaos fist broke through the vast power of thick earth from the sky, and then fiercely punched the thick earth seal. Boom! The power of the chaotic martial body instantly erupted from Gu Fei's fists like 100,000 volcanoes, and the thick earth seal made of interweaved Tao patterns was shattered by his punch. What a powerful saint body! How is this possible? The first divine general was truly shocked this time. The opponent's martial body was too powerful, like a peerless divine weapon in human form. It was so easy for him to break the first divine general's technique. Who is that? How can he fight endlessly with the first divine general of the South Pole, Immortal Reverend? Someone was watching the battle from afar. Although the first divine general had not shown his face for a long time, no one in the cultivation world of Bujo Ancestral Star dared to forget this terrifying god of war. The South Pole Immortal Abode had a transcendent status, and the Abode Lord was elusive. The great reputation of the South Pole Immortal Abode on Bujo Ancestral Star was almost entirely earned by the first divine general. In the cultivation world of Bujo Ancestral Star, some of the older figures had seen the supreme divine might of this god of war. This is troublesome. This Gu Fei has actually become a saint. Chapter 22:18. Gu Fei fought against the number 1 godly general, causing the entire heaven and earth to tremble. The powerful force tore the void apart, causing black cracks to appear like black lightning bolts. Too strong. At this moment, the Iron Blood Taoist had already retreated far away. When he saw this scene, he couldn't help but be astonished. A saint was indeed terrifying, not something a quasi-saint could compare to. Even if he couldn't display his saint cultivation base and battle prowess, the strength of his saint physique was enough to kill a quasi-saint. This was the gap between them, an insurmountable gap. Kill. At this moment, the hundreds of experts had already rushed towards the Iron Blood Taoist. They were a group of godly generals under the South Pole Immortal Manor. Each of them was a powerful expert. Among these hundreds of experts, even the weakest one was a half-saint. From this, one could tell how deep the foundation of the South Pole Immortal Manor was. Humph, the Iron Blood Taoist sneered. Even though he wasn't a match for the number 1 godly general, it didn't mean that he wasn't a match for these people. Buzz. The Iron Blood Taoist shook the Phoenix Tribulation in his hand. 8 Phoenix Taoist runes shot out from the Phoenix Tribulation, transforming into a divine bird that charged towards the hundreds of experts. Rumble! The heaven and earth trembled. It was as though 8 suns had appeared in the sky. The terrifying true fire of the divine phoenix erupted, turning half the sky red. Clang! Among the hundreds of people, a metallic clang could be heard. After that, a dazzling sword light soared into the sky, slashing towards the 8 suns. The sword chi spread for 30,000 miles. The sword light was so dazzling that it seemed as though it was going to split the heaven and earth into 2. That sword Tao expert made his move. The chilling sword chi caused one's heart to palpitate. With a single slash of his sword, he actually displayed an invincible and terrifying battle intent. That sword Tao expert was truly powerful. With just a single slash of his sword, he managed to block the 8 golden suns formed by the Phoenix Taoist runes. Good. The Iron Blood Taoist's heart trembled. The other party had the advantage in numbers. Among these people, there were a few who were extremely powerful, and their battle prowess wasn't any weaker than his. Roar! A furious roar rang out. Just as the expert of the way of the sword blocked the Iron Blood Taoist's Phoenix Tribulation, a figure covered in murderous intent charged out from the crowd. Boom! That person seemed to have gone mad as he charged through the divine sun formed by the 8 Phoenix Tao patterns and threw a punch at the Iron Blood Taoist. The air trembled as the shadow of a black dragon rushed out from the man's fist. It instantly turned into a 10,000-meter-long black dragon that emitted an extremely ferocious aura as it pounced towards the Iron Blood Taoist. It's you, madman. The Iron Blood Taoist couldn't help being startled. This person was one of the most powerful people in this group. Bang! The Iron Blood Taoist directly pressed forward with the Phoenix Tribulation in his hand. The black dragon that was charging towards him immediately exploded in the void. Without any words, the Iron Blood Taoist and the savage began to fight. A ball of divine fire emitted by the divine sun floated around him. The sword Tao expert was also attacking. Resplendent sword light constantly collided with the 8 divine suns. With the sword Tao expert fighting against the savage, the others all retreated far away. If the two of them couldn't kill the Iron Blood Taoist, then it was even more impossible for the others. While the Iron Blood Taoist was fighting against the two experts, the first divine general had already activated the 9 swords killing formation. The battle against Gu Fei had reached its climax. Clang! Resplendent rays of sword light soared into the sky, transforming into 9 heavenly swords that slashed towards Gu Fei. The formation activated and powerful ripples spread in all directions. Although this power hadn't reached the saint level, it was still shocking enough. This kind of battle prowess was definitely infinitely close to the saint level. Only those who had sealed their saint level cultivation could do that. Haha. Gu Fei laughed in the 9 swords killing formation. 9 resplendent rays of sword light shot towards him. The destructive power could even shatter the void. However, this kind of attack was still not enough for Gu Fei. He swung his fists and threw out one punch after another. Although the punches were slow, they had a magical power. Gu Fei displayed his undefeatable punches and fought against the 9 swords killing formation all by himself. The 9 ancient swords were constantly knocked away by Gu Fei's punches. The scene was extremely shocking. Everyone who witnessed it was dumbfounded. It was hard to imagine that someone could cultivate their body to such a powerful level. Gu Fei rampaged in the 9 swords killing formation. Even the first divine general couldn't do anything to Gu Fei. You're the successor of the martial progenitor, the first divine general exclaimed. At this moment, he finally realized Gu Fei's background. This person had obtained the inheritance of the supreme martial progenitor. As an ancient saint, the first divine general knew how powerful the sacred physique was. It was definitely a sacred weapon in human form. Gu Fei didn't say anything. Instead, he sent a palm towards the first divine general. He struck out with the heaven-shrouding palm. A giant, chaotic palm materialized in the void in front of him and covered the entire sky. Rumble! The giant, chaotic palm emitted a peerlessly powerful wave of energy. It smashed down towards the first divine general from the sky and turned a large portion of the void into nothingness. Buzz! The killing formation was activated and the void vibrated. The first divine general drove the 9 swords killing formation with all his might. The 9 formation-suppressing divine swords emitted an unprecedentedly powerful wave of sword chi. Those were the 9 sacred swords. At this moment, the power contained within the 9 sacred swords seemed to have been completely awakened. Countless Tao patterns emerged from the 9 swords killing formation. The first divine general exerted his full strength and pushed the 9 swords killing formation to its strongest state. It went up against the descending, chaotic palm. Rumble! The 2 heaven-shaking forces collided. This was a great destruction. The destructive storm that swept out tore everything apart, leaving nothing behind. The 9 swords killing formation blocked Gu Fei's heaven-shrouding palm. However, even though the chaotic palm was blocked, the powerful force from the palm destroyed a small portion of the killing formation's formation runes, greatly reducing the killing formation's power. This person is too strong. The ancient saints who were watching the battle from afar were dumbfounded. Gu Fei's strength was a little too ridiculous. It was hard to imagine that this person had just become a saint not long ago. This Gu Fei! High up in the sky, on the divine island, the earth immortal old man was also shocked. The combat strength displayed by Yi Fuqian was too shocking. This was not a good thing for him and the entire South Pole immortal mansion. Chapter 2219. If this is all you've got, then die. The first godly general's words were extremely cold. Then his entire body emitted Tao patterns. Earth dragons, formed from the power of the earth, rose from the ground. All the earth dragons rushed towards the first godly general and entered his body. The first godly general used a great technique to attract the power of the earth. roar. Endless power of the earth entered his body. The first godly general roared to the sky. The powerful sound waves shook the entire world. It was as if a god of war had descended. At this moment, Gu Fei had the illusion that the first godly general seemed to have unlocked all the seals on him and was displaying his supreme power. Of course, this was only Gu Fei's illusion. Outside the chaotic divine soil, no sage would dare to undo the seals on him and restore his cultivation and combat ability to the sage level. Gu Fei knew that this was not absolute, that Jiang Renhuang had unlocked the seals and restored his cultivation as a Renhuang. However, he was a supreme Renhuang who could stand shoulder to shoulder with a supremacy. Jiang Renhuang's understanding of the Great Path was not something an ordinary sage could compare with. Although the first godly general was strong, he was still far from being comparable to Jiang Renhuang. The power of the earth and the power of the killing formation of the 9 swords fused together perfectly, forming a terrifying power that made the world lose its color. Seeing this, Gu Fei's eyes narrowed. The first godly general was indeed extraordinary. This power was infinitely close to the sage level. Kill. The power that the first godly general gathered had reached a point where he had to use it. The 9 sword lights had turned into the color of the earth. Although they had lost their dazzling divine light, their power was many times stronger than before. With such power, it wouldn't be a problem to kill a great perfection quasi-sage. Even the iron blood Taoist would be killed instantly if he was trapped in this strengthened version of the 9 swords killing formation. Very well. Facing such a powerful opponent, Gu Fei had to be serious. Boom! The void shook, and an extremely strong wave of power exploded from Gu Fei. 9 primordial Tao patterns appeared faintly on his body. Faint sounds of the Great Path could be heard coming from his body. You still have some strength left. The first godly general's eyes brightened. Rumble! The void around Gu Fei was shaking. The entire void seemed to be unable to contain his martial body. His strength was still soaring. The first godly general felt that something was wrong. His opponent's power was soaring rapidly, and his powerful aura swept through the entire world. This was not normal. This Gu Fei must have mastered a secret technique that could instantly increase his combat power. In just a few breaths of time, his combat power had actually increased several times. Let's fight. Gu Fei's eyes were like lightning. He took a step forward and barged into the 9 swords killing formation laid out by the first divine general, completely ignoring the 9 earth-colored sword lights. Clang! Gu Fei punched out, and the sword light that was slashing down was immediately dispersed by him. It was extremely powerful. Kill! The first godly general roared angrily. The 9 swords killing formation immediately began operating crazily. The 9 sword lights emitted divine light that reached the sky, triggering the endless power of the earth. With just a slight tremble, the 9 rays of sword light tore through the void and shattered the world, displaying a peerlessly terrifying power. The 9 sword lights rushed towards Gu Fei, who had barged into the formation. Every sword light was as huge as a mountain. They were unstoppable, as though they could destroy everything in the world. The countenance of the first godly general was incomparably heavy. How many years has it been? He had fought for the South Pole Immortal Manor, fighting for fame, but it was very rare for him to meet an opponent as powerful as Gu Fei. Chaos into yin and yang. Gu Fei bellowed. The chaos chi on his body began to turn black and white. A yin and yang diagram emerged from his body. The divine diagram revolved and faced the 9 sword lights that were coming at him. The 9 extremely powerful sword lights were actually shifted away by the yin-yang diagram. They did not even touch the corner of Gu Fei's clothes. Yin-yang sort of life and death. Gu Fei waved his hands, and the yin and yang chi quickly gathered on his hands. Swoosh! Swoosh! 2 sword lights, one black and one white, rushed out from his hands and pierced towards the first godly general in the 9 swords killing formation. The power of yin and yang intertwined, causing the power of the two sword lights to multiply. The yin-yang sword lights were like a hot knife through butter. They broke through the layers of earth power and pierced towards the first godly general. Bang! The first godly general made his move. He formed a seal with his right hand and pushed it forward. The two yin-yang sword lights immediately exploded. The moment the first godly general made his move and shattered Gu Fei's yin-yang sword lights, the first godly general suddenly felt an extreme danger approaching rapidly. Good fella! The first godly general did not think much and disappeared on the spot. The moment the first godly general disappeared, a fist smashed out from the thick earth energy in front of him. The powerful fist force directly punched a hole in the spot where the first godly general was standing. The power of his physical body has reached such a level, the first godly general was secretly shocked. This opponent was incredible. His chaotic martial body was extremely powerful. Every move he made contained great power. Swoosh! Gu Fei did not show his real body. Instead, he rushed towards the first godly general. He displayed his 8 steps extreme speed, which was so fast that few could match up to him. Boom! A thunderous sound was heard. Gu Fei caught up with the first godly general and clashed with him. The two figures quickly separated. Buzz! The first godly general separated his hands, and 9 sword lights appeared around him, emitting a monstrous cold sword chi. Awesome! Gu Fei's blood was boiling. This opponent was not bad. He was much stronger than the blood-haired kid from the extraterrestrial divine mountain. Only such an existence was qualified to be his opponent. At this time, high up in the sky, on the divine island, the Earth Immortal Elder and the middle-aged man surrounded by purple chi were extremely shocked. They never thought that Gu Fei could fight with the first godly general. How is this possible? The Earth Immortal Elder's voice trembled. He knew very well how terrifying the first godly general was. He was an ancient saint. Even his brother was polite to the first godly general. He did not see the first godly general as a subordinate, but as a brother. This Gu Fei has finally grown up. The middle-aged man sighed and said, Chapter 2220. Just as Gu Fei and the first divine general were fighting, a sneaky figure snuck onto the divine island in the sky. It was silent and didn't attract anyone's attention. Kill! At this time, the Iron-Blood Taoist was also fighting against the first divine general's subordinates. His murderous intent soared to the sky as he fought against 2 experts who were no weaker than him. Roar! A crazed man with disheveled hair roared like a wild beast. His body emitted an incomparably wild aura as he pounced towards the Iron-Blood Taoist. This was a man like a wild beast. As he leaped and moved, he was like an unstoppable dragon emerging from the sea, and at other times he was as agile as a divine eagle, spreading its wings and soaring. The man who looked like a ferocious beast was an exception. This simple and direct action displayed an unbelievably powerful might. Whoosh! A corner of Iron-Blood Taoist's sleeve was torn off by the savage. Iron-Blood Taoist felt a burning sensation on his forearm. He quickly looked down and saw that there were 5 dark red finger marks on his left forearm. Buzz! The Iron-Blood Taoist was both shocked and angry. He shook the Phoenix Tribulation in his hand and forced the man back. Just as the Iron-Blood Taoist was forcing the man back, the Sword Master made his move. A dazzling sword light soared into the sky and turned into a huge dragon, pouncing towards the Iron-Blood Taoist. Sword Chi Dragon! The Iron-Blood Taoist's heart skipped a beat. This sword master was indeed outstanding on the path of the sword. He was confident that he could destroy everything with a sword in his hand. Rumble! The Iron-Blood Taoist activated the Phoenix Tribulation in his hand. Beams of fire essence rushed out of the simple divine item and interweaved into a light net protecting him. The dragon-shaped sword Qi swooped down from the sky. Boom! With a loud sound, the dragon shadow sword Qi crashed heavily into the protective light around the Iron Blood Taoist. The entire space shook and pitch-black spatial cracks spread out in all directions with the two of them at the center. The Iron Blood Taoist was cut down from the sky by the sword master. Roar! The Iron Blood Taoist roared into the sky with a murderous aura. Ever since he started cultivating, he had never been slashed down from the sky by someone. Sealed 10 directions. The Iron Blood Taoist held the Phoenix Tribulation in his hand and charged towards the sword master. 8 divine runes rushed out from the Iron Blood Taoist's Phoenix Tribulation, instantly sealing off a part of the world. It was as if the void was about to freeze. The swordsman's body swayed, and his movements slowed down. This is bad. The expert swordsman was taken aback. At this moment, the Iron Blood Taoist had already arrived in front of him. He held the Phoenix Tribulation in his hand and smashed it down on the sword master. Bang! With a muffled sound, the expert swordsman was smashed down from the sky by the Iron Blood Taoist, creating a large crater in the ground. The Iron Blood Taoist was extremely domineering. After sending the sword Tao expert flying, he immediately attacked the savage. That ferocious person was extremely ferocious, and he actually seemed as if he didn't know what fear was. He still attacked Gu Fei, and the ferocious might he revealed was horrifying. If you want to die, I'll grant your wish. As he spoke, the Iron Blood Taoist performed a great technique and activated the Phoenix Tribulation in his hand. An extremely powerful sealing power spread from the Phoenix Tribulation. Without any suspense, the Iron Blood Taoist took advantage of the moment when the savage's body paused. With a single punch, the savage was sent flying while coughing up blood. The Iron Blood Taoist cultivated the Phoenix technique, and his body was also very strong. It would definitely not be a good thing to be hit by a punch from him. Whoosh! A pair of golden wings appeared on the Iron Blood Taoist's back. They were wings condensed from the Phoenix's power and were not real wings. The pair of wings flapped, and the Iron Blood Taoist's body disappeared in an instant. In the next moment, he appeared in the sky above the flying savage. Die! The Iron Blood Taoist's golden divine fire danced all over his body. He seemed to have turned into a ninth heaven phoenix, and he swooped down from the sky, tearing at the savage with both hands. The savage screamed and was torn in half by the Iron Blood Taoist's iron claws. Blood splattered everywhere, and the stench was enough to make people want to vomit. You're ferocious, but I'm even more ferocious. The Iron Blood Taoist's words were extremely cold. At that moment, a beam of divine light appeared in the blood mist, trying to escape. However, the Iron Blood Taoist directly destroyed the beam of divine light. Both body and soul were destroyed. That was how cultivators died. Boom! Just as the Iron Blood Taoist killed the beast-like savage, the swordsman attacked again. Sword light shot into the sky, and sword Qi crisscrossed. The Iron Blood Taoist was surrounded by dazzling sword light. The sword light interweaved into a large net, trapping him inside. The swordsman was attacking with all his might. At that moment, on Gu Fei's side, Gu Fei displayed all kinds of martial arts and battle skills, forcing the first divine general to constantly retreat, not daring to fight him head-on. The chaotic martial body was extremely powerful. Even someone as strong as the first divine general was shocked to the extreme. This was definitely an indestructible treasure body. Clang! 9 beams of sword light shot into the sky. The 9 swords killing array was activated, displaying a terrifying power that could destroy heaven and earth. A large area of the void was annihilated. The first divine general was no longer relaxed. He was fighting with all his might. There were not many people in this world who could force the first divine general to fight with all his might. Obviously, Gu Fei was one of them. Inside the 9 swords killing array, Gu Fei was surrounded by 9 primal chaos Tao patterns. The 9 Tao patterns sealed the void where Gu Fei was and blocked all the destructive sword lights that slashed at him. The 9 primordial Tao patterns were really mystical. As Gu Fei learned more about the 9 primordial Tao patterns, his understanding of his great Tao was also constantly improving. The 9 primordial Tao patterns were so powerful that they could even fight against the power that could destroy saints. Boom! Just as Gu Fei was about to use his trump card and end this battle, a loud sound suddenly came from the sky. He hurriedly looked in the direction of the sound and saw that the divine island was shaking violently high up in the sky. Countless runes rushed out from the divine island and then dissipated in the air. Roar! A furious roar came from the divine island in the sky. Who is it that dares to behave atrociously in my place? It was Lu Di, Immortal Father's voice. His voice was filled with murderous intent. At this moment, Lu Di, Immortal Father, really wanted to kill someone because the array on his divine island was collapsing. His subordinates came to report that a few of the medicinal fields on the divine island had been raided and all the spirit medicines had been looted. Hearing this news, Lu Di, Immortal Father, almost vomited blood. Chapter 22-21. Rumble! High up in the sky, an incomparably shocking rumbling sound rang out. A divine island was trembling. Countless runes rushed out from the divine island before dissipating into the air. At this moment, everyone was shocked to the extreme. On the 3rd stage of the ancient road of the human race, everyone knew what that mysterious island in the sky represented. The island is collapsing. Someone actually dared to attack that person. Everyone who witnessed this scene was incomparably shocked. In the past few years, the people from the South Pole Immortal Manor had almost taken control of the 3rd stage. The Earth Immortal Old Man seemed to think that he was the master of the 3rd stage of the human race's ancient road, and that he was in control of the transportation formation. Even the other superforces were unwilling to offend Earth Immortal Old Man, so they didn't care much about his control of the teleportation formation platform. So someone still dared to attack Earth Immortal Old Man. Some people were gloating. Roar! At this moment, the furious roar of Earth Immortal Old Man was heard from the island. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Someone had sneaked onto the island without anyone knowing. Earth Immortal Old Man wanted nothing more than to tear that person into 1,000,000 pieces. That person actually broke the grand formation of the island, causing the runes of the grand formation to be destroyed. Gradually losing the protection of the grand formation, the edge of the island began to collapse. The runes of the formation were dissipating, and the spiritual energy that the island had accumulated for millions of years was also rapidly leaking out. The person who attacked secretly was too despicable. Not only did he break the grand formation of the island, but he also looted all the medicinal fields on the island. He didn't even let go of the spiritual herbs that had yet to fully mature. On the island, Earth Immortal Old Man's subordinates began to search the island. They wanted to find the mysterious person. However, at this moment, a young cultivator in black robes was standing in a forest on the divine island. Haha, I've struck it rich. I didn't expect this island to have so many spiritual herbs. The young man in black wanted to laugh out loud, but he was able to control his emotions. He held a bag made of animal skin in his hand that was glowing faintly. Inside the beast skin bag were the spiritual herbs that he had collected from the herb farm on the divine island. The master of the divine island is simply a tycoon. Hey, Tion's harvest was not bad. The reason why the divine island's grand formation was collapsing was because of him. One should know that the divine island's grand formation was not an ordinary grand formation. Only He Tion, who was a formation grandmaster, had such means. Buzz. At this time, the void around the divine island trembled. Earth Immortal Old Man was using a great technique to stop the island's grand formation from collapsing, but it was all in vain. Boom! In the divine island, a mountain suddenly collapsed. Black cracks appeared on the ground. These cracks were so deep that the bottom could not be seen. The purple-robed, middle-aged man beside Lu Disianwang could no longer sit still. If anything happened to Lu Disianwang, then he would also have to bear the consequences. Shua! A mass of divine light rushed out of the middle-aged man's body, which looked like a purple sun. Wrapped in the divine light was a large purple seal. Suppress! The purple-robed, middle-aged man formed a seal with both hands and activated his mysterious art. The purple seal immediately soared into the sky and expanded to the size of a mountain. Billions of purple divine lights shone from the seal, and a powerful pressure that could shake the heavens appeared in this part of the world. The seal fell from the sky and directly pressed down on the ground. A powerful shock wave spread out, causing the ground to undulate like waves. The divine island that was still collapsing gradually calmed down. The momentum of the divine island great formation that was constantly collapsing finally slowed down. This is Earth Immortal Old Man's eyes narrowed when he saw the seal. This middle-aged man actually had his clan's supreme treasure with him. Search. Even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground, we must kill all those who dare to offend my South Pole immortal mansion. Earth Immortal Old Man gritted his teeth. His divine island was almost destroyed. This was a mobile palace given to him by his elder brother. Soon, Earth Immortal Old Man's subordinates found He Tian. Kill. After receiving the news, Earth Immortal Old Man charged towards He Tian's location. A powerful quasi-sage aura filled the sky. I've been discovered. He Tian charged out of the forest and headed towards the outside of the divine island. Trying to escape, Earth Immortal Old Man was already near. Swoosh! The Earth Immortal Old Man raised his right hand, and a large net flew out from his hand and enveloped He Tian. It was a divine net with a faint layer of light flowing on it, and there was also a trace of water vapor. Buzz! Just as Earth Immortal Old Man made his move, the void around He Tian vibrated. Formation runes appeared in the void and intertwined with each other, attracting a powerful force. Roar! Mahakala bellowed in rage. He grabbed the huge net that was descending from the sky, and with a tug of his hands, he actually tore a huge hole in the net. What? Seeing this, Earth Immortal Old Man was truly shocked. That was a divine net made from rare divine materials. It contained the power of water, one of the 5 elements. Yet, someone had torn a hole in it. How much power was needed to tear a divine net like that apart? Formation in the void. Mai Tian displayed his formidable combat prowess. Matrix patterns kept appearing in the void around him, and one peerless heavenly sword after another appeared in the killing matrix, emanating a shocking sword aura. Those were not real, peerless heavenly swords. They were just divine weapons formed from the power of the killing formation. However, even if they were not real, peerless heavenly swords, the divine weapons formed from He Tian's killing formation were comparable to the real, peerless heavenly swords. Go. He Tian waved his right hand at Earth Immortal Old Man. The peerless heavenly swords formed from the killing formation rushed out from the killing formation and pierced towards Earth Immortal Old Man. Powerful sword energy rippled in all directions, causing the surrounding temperature to drop. Who the hell are you? Earth Immortal Old Man flipped his right hand and a bronze mirror appeared in his palm. The surface of the mirror was engraved with ancient runes, giving off a feeling of immeasurable antiquity. This is... He Tian didn't answer Earth Immortal Old Man. When he saw the bronze mirror, his eyes widened as if he wanted nothing more than to snatch it away. Swoosh! At that moment, the Earth Immortal Elder used the bronze mirror in his hand to shine it at the countless divine weapons. A black light rushed out of the mirror. That black light was extremely powerful. Under the illumination of the black light, the countless sword lights that pierced through the sky actually collapsed and dissipated in the void. It really is the legendary mirror. He Tian was astounded. Many cultivators appeared in the sky, many of them watching the battle. I didn't think the yin-yang mirror of life and death would fall into Earth Immortal Old Man's hands. Some of the old-timers also figured out the origin of the bronze mirror in Earth Immortal Old Man's hand, and one of them said, "I'll take your mirror." A greedy look appeared in Mahakala's eyes. The yin-yang mirror of life and death was already a very famous saint artifact in the ancient times when there were many experts. The bronze mirror had two sides, one of which could emit white light. This white light had a magical power that could revive the dead. The other side of the mirror represented death. No matter who it was, as long as they were illuminated by the black mirror, they would definitely die. No one could save them. One side of life, the other side of death. This was the yin-yang mirror of life and death. He Tian didn't dare to be hit by the black light that represented death. He soared into the sky, dodged the black light, and activated a killing formation. A shocking, murderous aura emanated from his body. Clang! The sound of divine swords being unsheathed rang out. He Tian once again activated the killing formation's power, condensing countless sword lights and sending them at Earth Immortal Old Man. "You're courting death!" Earth Immortal Old Man roared. He activated the yin-yang mirror of life and death with all his might. A black light rushed out from the mirror and swept in all directions, blocking all the sword lights that were coming at him from all directions. 7. Terminal formation. He Tian did not dare to be negligent. He immediately set up a great formation in the void that was brimming with murderous aura. The moment the formation took shape, the spirit chi of the world around it was drawn and gathered towards the killing formation in a frenzy. Rumble! The entire sky darkened as the 7 terminal formations' power erupted, transforming into all kinds of astronomical phenomena. For a moment, the 7 terminal formation was filled with the sound of thunder and lightning. From time to time, there would be heavy rain and howling winds. This was the 7 extremes formation. It could transform into 7 different types of celestial phenomena to kill the enemy. Hence, it was named the 7 extremes formation. Once the 7 extremes formation was activated, as long as the person inside didn't die, the killing formation wouldn't stop. This Earth Immortal Old Man was shocked. This opponent was very strong and could form a formation out of thin air. He was definitely a formation grandmaster. With the formation and man as one, his combat strength was inestimable. One should know that it had been a long time since a formation grandmaster had appeared on Bujo ancestral planet. Kill. However, when Earth Immortal Old Man thought about how all the spirit herbs he had painstakingly planted were stolen by this person, he almost went crazy. He wanted to pounce on this person and tear him apart. Without any hesitation, he charged at He Tian with the mirror in hand. Boom! At that moment, a powerful destructive force suddenly came down from the sky. A clap of thunder rang out above Earth Immortal Old Man's head, causing his ears to buzz. A thundercloud appeared in the sky. It was like a heavenly tribulation was descending, carrying a kind of heavenly might. How is this possible? Chapter 22:22. The killing formation of 7 lore was activated. The patterns of the killing formation spread out continuously. Soon, the entire island was enveloped by the formation. Old Man, you are not qualified to fight against me. Ha! He Tian laughed loudly in the middle of the killing formation. Formation grandmasters were not to be trifled with. Erebus was confident that he could compete with all experts below the level of sages, with his ability to form formations out of thin air. Damn it! Lu Dician Wang was furious. The world around him darkened completely. The tribulation cloud in the sky was descending towards him. It was like a real god's retribution. As long as one was not a Saint Realm cultivator, it would be difficult to fight against the power of the heaven and earth. Under the heaven's retribution, All living beings were like ants. Even a sage-to-be was just a slightly stronger ant before the heavens' retribution. Little friend, you are too much. At this moment, a purple figure shot up from the divine island and came to the sky. This person's entire body was shining with purple light. It was as if a purple sun had appeared in the killing matrix of seven lore. It was incomparably dazzling. Who the hell are you? Haitian stood in the void and scolded out loud. He was hidden within the killing formation, and the other party could not see him. However, he could see the other party. I am Ziyang, unfettered. The purple-robed man said with a calm voice. The purple-robed man must have been shocked to hear his name. One should know that all the experts of the older generation in Buzhou ancestral star knew who he was. Even if they did not, they should have heard of his name. What, Ziyang, Hongyang, I have never heard of you. Haitian said. What? When unfettered Ziyang heard this, the arrogance on his face instantly turned into shock. He felt his face heat up, as if he had flown into a rage out of humiliation. This brat, Ziyang unfettered, was pissed off by Haitian. Hey, Ziyang or whatever, since you've walked right into my trap, I'll reluctantly send you and that old man to the Western Paradise. Erebus said nonchalantly, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. Roar. The earth immortal old man roared in anger. How dare this fella look down on him? Damn it. Even Ziyang's loose cultivator was seething with anger. This island seems to have quite a few treasures. Erebus no longer cared about nourishment itinerant and earth immortal father who were trapped in the killing formation. His eyes lit up when he noticed that there were a few spots on the divine island down below that were glowing with treasure lights. Lu Dician Wang's expression changed when he heard this. As the master of this divine island, he naturally knew what was stored here. Moreover, a portion of these items did not belong to him. Haha, old man, you really are a nouveau riche, a big nouveau riche. Haitian smiled. He had cultivated the yin-yang godly eyes. With a single glance, he could see that the treasure light was hard to hide. On the divine island below, there were at least 3 places where treasure chi was seeping out. If you dare touch those things, I can guarantee that you won't be able to live. The earth immortal old man's voice was cold and filled with killing intent. Hee, whether I live or not, that's my business. You should take care of yourself first. Haitian said as he rushed down to the divine island. At this time, the 7 lore formation was already activated and he no longer needed to control it. At this time, the divine island was in chaos. Wind, rain, fire, thunder, lightning, all sorts of natural phenomena were wreaking havoc. If it weren't for the protection of the formation, all the buildings on the divine island would have been destroyed. Your grandpa Hei is here. Haitian laughed as he descended from the sky. He looked like a demon that had just escaped. Trespassers will die. Just as Haitian landed on the ground, a loud shout rang out from beside him. Then Haitian heard an extremely faint sound of something tearing through the air behind him. Haitian didn't even turn around. He just waved his right hand behind him and a scream was heard. Then a figure was sent flying and smashed into the ground. No one knew if he was dead or alive. A small ant dares to behave atrociously in front of a dragon. Haitian said disdainfully, Kill him for me. The voice of the earth immortal old man came from the sky. All the cultivators on the divine island immediately rushed towards Haitian. They wanted to kill this guy who descended from the sky and get the earth immortal old man's attention. The earth immortal old man had a high status in the South Pole immortal mansion. Anyone who could get his attention would have a bright future. *CK, I'm not afraid of you. As Haitian spoke, he conjured yin and yang. A yin-yang diagram emerged from his body. The power of yin and yang intertwined, causing the space around him to distort. Boom! At that moment, a fireball smashed towards Mahakala. The heat that spread out from the fireball was extremely terrifying. Even the void became a little unstable. 3 true fire. He Tian disappeared from where he was. When he reappeared, he was like a tiger in a flock of sheep, rushing into the group of people who were coming for him. Suddenly, screams and screams were heard everywhere. Blood was seen in the crowd. He Tian was very strong. Those people were no match for him. In just a few breaths, more than half of them died under He Tian's fists. Rice bucket, a bunch of rice buckets. What's the point of raising you? The voice of the earth, immortal old man, came down from the sky. He Tian was going to loot the divine island again. This was definitely not a good thing for him. Rumble, the killing formation of 7 lore, was in operation. Tribulation lightning descended as if it was undergoing a tribulation. The earth immortal old man was trapped in the killing formation of 7 lore. This grand formation could automatically gather spiritual chi from all directions, causing the power of the killing formation to increase by several times. At this moment, the purple-robed man roared in anger. He was also in big trouble. The power of the 7 celestial phenomenon was simply too strong. Even if they had treasures on them, it would still be hard for them to break through this killing formation. At this moment, He Tian didn't hold back. He directly broke open a pavilion. Within the half-destroyed pavilion, the glow of treasures shot up to the heavens as spiritual chi lingered around. Divine medicines, divine weapons, everything that one could wish for was here. There were even many cultivation arts. He Tian didn't hesitate. He was incomparably excited when he saw the treasures the size of a small mountain. After that, he kept everything into his internal world. This divine island was simply a divine treasury. There were many treasures stored on it. Kill! At this moment, the sounds of killing rang out from outside the killing formation of 7 lore. It was as though countless experts were rushing towards the divine island. The heaven-shaking killing intent caused the sky to change color. Chapter 22-23. The first godly general was extremely powerful. He was in existence close to an immortal Venerable. Although he had sealed his cultivation and combat power, he could still fight against Gu Fei. Boom! A loud sound was heard. A mountain in the depths of the mountain exploded. Dust and rocks flew everywhere as a silhouette rushed out. That person was wearing armor and had Tao runes all over his body. It was the first godly general. You really surprised me. The first godly general came to the front of Gu Fei and said indifferently while looking at Gu Fei. His entire body emitted a shocking aura. You're not bad either. The sleeve on Gu Fei's right arm had already disappeared. The 5 bloody wounds on his arm were quickly healing. The powerful martial body allowed Gu Fei to possess an almost immortal body. This was the terror of a saint-rank martial body. A saint-rank martial body possessed greater strength and recovery than an ordinary martial body. Even if he was seriously injured, a saint-level martial body would recover very quickly. Again, the first godly general felt a great pressure from Gu Fei. It was a feeling that he hadn't felt for many years. It made him feel like he had returned to the ancient times when there were many powerful experts. I'm not afraid of you. Gu Fei was also filled with battle intent. The 2 powerful figures collided again. Rumble! At this moment, high up in the sky, the 7 lore killing formation laid down by He Tian enveloped the entire island. Within the killing formation, wind, fire, thunder, lightning, rain, snow, frost, these 7 celestial phenomena revolved unceasingly, as though wanting to obliterate everything. This was a celestial phenomenon. What was a celestial phenomenon? It was the power of heaven and earth. The 7 lore formation was a killing formation that attracted the power of heaven and earth. The longer it operated, the more spiritual energy it would gather, and the more powerful it would be. Inside the killing formation, Earth Immortal Father and the man in purple were fighting against the killing formation. Meanwhile, He Tian had entered the divine island again and started a new round of looting. One had to admit that Earth Immortal Father's divine island had a lot of good things. Boom! Another strand of treasure aura surged out from the island. This time, 7 or 8 strands of resplendent light shot out from where the treasures were hidden. Each strand of light contained a god artifact. There are so many spiritual divine artifacts. Seeing the divine artifacts that flew out on their own, Hation's eyes immediately lit up. He was surprised and happy. A few of the 7 or 8 spiritual divine equipment were weapons. Those weapons were all exceptional divine weapons, already developing intelligence. They flew out on their own, wishing to escape. However, the entire island had already been enveloped by the 7 lore killing formation. With just a thought from Hation, streaks of dazzling lightning struck down from the sky, intercepting the spiritual divine weapons that were trying to fly away. Rumble. A burst of lightning flashed, and immediately 5 or 6 spiritual artifacts fell from the sky and were taken away by Hation. Spiritual divine artifacts were powerful, but they were still divine artifacts, not sacred weapons. They couldn't have the ability to fight back on their own because they didn't have a true consciousness. Tycoon, this old man is so cute. At this time, in Hation's eyes, Earth Immortal Father was the cutest person. This guy was definitely a tycoon, and Hation loved to meet tycoons like him. What is that? Is it the legendary Tycoon Gold? At this time, there were still 3 spiritual divine artifacts moving quickly in the sky. They could actually dodge the lightning strikes from the sky. They were full of intelligence. Among the 3 spiritual god artifacts, there was a fist-sized piece of purple divine metal. Although it was only the size of an adult's fist, it was the one with the strongest spirituality out of the 3 god artifacts. Dragon blood, divine gold. Hation's voice changed. That piece of purple gold seemed to be the legendary Tycoon Gold. Only a real tycoon could have it. According to the legends, it was a type of divine gold formed from the essence blood of the ancestral dragon. It was an almost immortal divine item and an extremely rare material for refining artifacts. Dragon blood, divine gold, was very rare. After all, it was a divine item formed from the essence blood of an ancestral dragon. When refining an artifact, as long as some of this divine gold was mixed in, the artifact's grade would increase by a few levels. This kind of divine gold was also something that Supremes loved. Swoosh! Hation couldn't sit still anymore. He shot into the sky towards the piece of divine gold that was emitting a misty purple aura and reached out to take it away. You're courting death. Earth Immortal Father almost went crazy when he saw this. He had paid a huge price to get his hands on this piece of dragon blood divine gold. In order to get it, he almost died in an ominous place where the ancestral dragon had fallen. Earth Immortal Father wanted to rush over and attack with all his might, but countless lightning bolts descended from above and trapped him in a blinding flash. Hation's 7 lore formation was not simple. Earth Immortal Father and Ziyang, unfettered, couldn't escape. However, just as Hation was about to take the piece of dragon blood divine gold, a figure appeared in front of him without a sound. What? Hation was shocked. He couldn't believe that someone could sneak up to him without him noticing. This person was definitely very powerful. Big brother, kill him for me. At that moment, Earth Immortal Father, who was trapped in the lightning tribulation, was shocked and angry. The person who suddenly appeared to stop Hation was a young Taoist, the South Pole Immortal Sovereign. Ziyang, unfettered, who was trapped in the Sea of Fire, was shocked to see the young Taoist. This Taoist who suddenly appeared was the South Pole Immortal Sovereign. How could the South Pole Immortal Sovereign appear here? Taoist Purple Sun was bewildered. He couldn't see the young Taoist's face clearly because there was a strange power enveloping the young Taoist's body, causing him to look blurry and unreal. Preposterous! Hation was annoyed, extremely annoyed. Seeing the dragon blood, divine gold fly away from his hands, he was both shocked and angry. This young Taoist gave him a strong sense of oppression. Old Black, this guy is just a clone. He actually managed to scare you. At that moment, a voice came from the side. He Tian was overjoyed to hear this voice. He hurriedly looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young man standing not far behind him. Old Gu, you're finally here. He Tian smiled. With Gu Fei's help, the two of them could definitely empty the entire island. You don't seem to be a clone, or the main body. What's going on? The young Taoist looked at Gu Fei and said, Old Gu you. Chapter 22-24. Gu Fei's celestial sovereign clone was a true celestial sovereign. The aura emanating from the celestial sovereign's clone made the South Pole celestial sovereign's clone wary. He didn't expect his opponent to have such a physique. The South Pole celestial sovereign's clone could tell that Gu Fei's clone was different. It didn't seem to be a clone, but the real body. Why did he feel this way? The South Pole celestial sovereign's clone was puzzled. He didn't expect Gu Fei's clone to be anything but ordinary. Back then, Gu Fei's nascent spirit was born and entered the celestial sovereign's body. To a certain extent, it had surpassed the scope of ordinary clones. It was like a brand new life form. Gu Fei's nascent spirit completely fused with the celestial sovereign's body and gradually gained control of it. Through this method, Gu Fei had already successfully split his primordial spirit that belonged to the immortal Tao. This way, there wouldn't be two different powers on his chaotic martial body. The immortal Tao and martial Tao would no longer coexist on Gu Fei's body. You must be the master of the South Pole Immortal Mansion on planet Buzhou. Gu Fei's celestial sovereign said. Lu Di was the South Pole celestial sovereign's brother, so it wasn't surprising that the South Pole celestial sovereign left behind a clone to protect Lu Di. You know who I am. Why aren't you scramming? The South Pole celestial sovereign's clone was very domineering, even when facing Gu Fei's celestial sovereign. Haha, you really don't know what's good for you. The one who should kneel and beg for mercy is you. He Tian laughed. He knew very well that Gu Fei wouldn't do something he wasn't confident in. Since he'd already made a move, it meant he wasn't afraid of this guy at all. If that's the case, then you can all die. The South Pole celestial sovereign's clone's tone turned cold. He reached out with his right hand and pressed towards He Tian and Gu Fei. Buzz! With a deafening cry, 18 dazzling divine lights rushed out of the palm of South Pole Immortal Venerable's incarnation. They were like 18 stars that appeared in the sky, emitting extremely powerful fluctuations of star energy. Stars in the palm. He Tian's heart skipped a beat when he saw this, and his pupils constricted involuntarily. Rumble! He Tian didn't dare to be negligent. He drew the power of the 7 lore killing array. 7 divine lights representing wind, fire, lightning, rain, snow, frost, and the 7 celestial phenomena descended from the sky, piercing towards South Pole Immortal Venerable's incarnation. At the same time, He Tian quickly retreated. The power of the stars emitted by the 18 balls of divine light was too strong. It shattered the void, and he had no choice but to retreat. Shwa! The 7 divine lights directly pierced through the South Pole Immortal Venerable's incarnation. 7 large holes appeared on the South Pole Immortal Venerable's incarnation. However, a scene that dumbfounded Gu Fei and He Tian appeared. The 7 holes on South Pole Immortal Venerable's incarnation rapidly healed. In just a few breaths, the 7 holes had disappeared. Seeing this, He Tian's heart trembled. Even Gu Fei's immortal sovereign, sacred physique turned solemn. Haha, my big brother actually left an undying incarnation here. You two are dead for sure. Earth Immortal Father laughed. South Pole Immortal Venerable was mysterious and unfathomable. Even Lu Dician, did not know what level his elder brother's cultivation had reached. However, Lu Di Xianweng knew that his elder brother had cultivated into an indestructible avatar, undying incarnation. He Tian was startled, but he didn't have time to think. The 18 balls of divine light turned into stars and sealed the void, repelling the power of the 7 lore formation. A bit interesting. Gu Fei's celestial sovereign avatar soared into the sky and punched out. The power of the celestial sovereign's sacred body burst forth, and the 18 stars in the sky immediately trembled. Then a gap was punched out and 5 or 6 stars were sent flying. What? South Pole Immortal Sovereign's incarnation was startled to see Gu Fei's immortal sovereign sacred physique break his grand art with one punch. This opponent was very strong. Let's see how you're undying. The glabella of Gu Fei's immortal venerable saint physique lit up and a vertical purple mark appeared. It was as if a heavenly eye was about to open and that vertical mark was vibrating. The 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. South Pole Immortal Sovereign's incarnation sensed the fluctuations from Gu Fei's immortal sovereign's sacred physique and paled in fright. His opponent had cultivated the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. This was big trouble. South Pole Immortal Sovereign's incarnation was shocked. Swoosh! At this time, a purple divine light shot out of Gu Fei's immortal sovereign sacred physique. It turned into a violet sword that slashed at South Pole Immortal Sovereign's incarnation. Divine runes of the great Tao faintly appeared on the sword. A divine melody of the great Tao seemed to come from the sword, resonating with the great Tao of the world. The sword of the great Tao is indeed one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. South Pole Immortal Sovereign's incarnation no longer had any doubts. His opponent had cultivated one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the sword of the great Tao. One should know that the 9 secrets of the immortal way were no longer complete since ancient times. In the current era, these 9 secret techniques were thought to have been lost in the world of cultivation. However, South Pole Immortal Venerable's incarnation could never have imagined that the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao that were thought to have been lost would reappear in this world. The endless starry sky. South Pole Immortal Sovereign's incarnation cast a great technique. A starry sky appeared around him and spread out in an instant. In an instant, the starry sky that spread out from South Pole Immortal Sovereign's incarnation enveloped everyone. Even the divine island and the killing formation of 7 lore that He Tian had set up seemed to be moved to the endless starry sky. What? He Tian was shocked when he saw his surroundings change in an instant. Could this guy have taken him into his inner world in an instant? If that was the case, it would be terrible. He Tian had refined the grotto heaven left behind by the ancient sages on the Crimson Star. He knew very well how powerful his inner world was. If he was taken into someone else's inner world, he would become a piece of meat on their chopping board. It should be known that in someone else's inner world, the opponent would be the supreme god of the world. They could mobilize all the power in the world to kill their opponents. At that moment, He Tian was shocked to find that the killing formation of 7 lore that he had set up was collapsing. In this endless starry sky, the killing formation of 7 lore could not gather any spiritual chi of the world. Is this really heaven-defying? He Tian's expression turned ugly. Ha ha! Earth Immortal Elder laughed loudly. Earth Immortal Elder and Zi Yang unfettered had already broken free. Earth Immortal Elder waved his hand and put away the 3 divine items that were moving quickly in the void. My dragon blood, divine gold. Chapter 22-25. The South Pole Immortal Venerable's clone used a great technique to pull everyone and the island into a boundless starry sky. It's just a clone, but it has such power. Gu Fei's sacred physique looked at the South Pole Immortal Venerable's clone and said indifferently. There was no expression on his face. No one knew what he was feeling right now. Kill. The South Pole Immortal Venerable's clone was very direct. Buzz. The starry sky trembled. Countless stars lit up and emitted bright starlight. The 18 brightest stars floated around South Pole Immortal Venerable's incarnation. The South Pole Immortal Venerate's incarnation was like an invincible god of war in the starry sky. He charged towards Gu-Fei's Immortal Venerate sacred physique with surging, killing intent. "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Gu-Fei's battle intent surged as he pressed forward. An extremely powerful aura was emitted from his immortal, venerable saint physique, causing the void around him to tremble. So powerful, this is no longer a clone in the ordinary sense. The clone was shocked. He knew that he had finally met his match today. This person before him was definitely not someone the previous people could compare to. When Lu Di Immortal One was outside, the South Pole Immortal Venerable left an indestructible clone on the island. When Lu Di Immortal One's life was in danger, this clone would take action. Encountering powerful enemies was a very common thing in the outside world. Lu Di Immortal One had encountered several extremely powerful existences in the past. It was thanks to the South Pole Immortal Venerable's clone that Lu Di Immortal One was not killed. Humph! Gu-Fei's Immortal Venerable snorted without saying anything. At this time, the one with the stronger fist would survive. This was the law of the jungle in the cultivation world. Big Brother, quickly kill them. Lu Di Immortal One's voice resounded. He didn't want to waste any more time here. He still needed to enter the chaotic divine soil. However, Gu-Fei had already become a sage. It was still unknown if the others could do the same. However, the South Pole Immortal Venerable had once told Lu Di Immortal One that there would be great changes in this generation. Nothing could be judged with common sense. This generation was full of variables. You want to kill us? Dream on. He Tian spoke disdainfully, although he didn't know why Gu-Fei had another clone. He could tell that Gu-Fei's clone was incredible. You damned thief, don't let me catch you. Otherwise, I'll make you regret being born. Lu Xian Wing said with a ferocious expression. This little thief was truly despicable. He dared to sneak into his divine island and steal more than half of his divine items. Haha, I'm so scared. Come if you have the guts. Erebus curled his finger at Lu Xianwang and said without the slightest scruple. Lu Di Immortal One, I'm at Lu Xianwang's eyes widened in anger, and the veins on his forehead bulged. He almost couldn't help but charge at my Tian. Fellow Taoist, calm down. Zi Yang unfettered stopped Lu Di Immortal One. He wanted to infuriate him. You two can come at me together. I'll get rid of you at the same time. It'll save me the trouble of dealing with you one by one. He Tian looked at Lu Di Immortal One, and Ziyang unfettered provocatively. Runes appeared all over his body. With his current cultivation, he could set up many killing formations in an instant. Dao brother Ziyang, since this guy wants to die, we'll help him. Lu Di Immortal One couldn't stand it anymore. This guy was too annoying. He wanted to tear him to pieces and take back all his divine items. In that case, let's fight. As Ziyang spoke, he waved his right hand and a large purple seal immediately rushed up from the island below. The purple seal, which was as large as a mountain ridge, quickly shrunk and landed on Ziyang's right hand. Purple energy swirled around it. Dao runes could be vaguely seen. This seal had the aura of the great Dao, giving people a strong sense of oppression. It was as if they were facing an immemorial divine mountain. A divine item. He Tian's eyes lit up when he saw the fist-sized purple seal in Ziyang Unfettered's hand. Treasure, come into my pocket. He Tian didn't hide his greed for the seal in Ziyang Unfettered's hand. He couldn't wait to rush forward and snatch it. This guy was the same as the old turtle in the heavenly realm. They were both greedy and greedy. As long as it was a treasure, he would do anything to get it. Boom! At this time, Gu-Fei's Celestial Sovereign Holy Body and South Pole Celestial Sovereign's clone began fighting. A powerful explosion shook the entire starry sky. I am the supreme under the starry sky. What makes you think you can fight me? South Pole Celestial Sovereign's clone was extremely powerful. He directly drove the 18 stars to suppress Gu Fei's celestial sovereign holy body. Endless power of the stars gathered, and the 18 stars sealed the sky, cutting off all paths of retreat for Gu Fei's celestial sovereign holy body. He Tian, Earth Immortal Elder, and the others quickly retreated. They didn't want to be involved in a battle of this level. With these fists of mine, celestial sovereign holy body shouted. He then swung his fists towards the 18 stars. A powerful force erupted, causing the 18 stars to tremble. What? South Pole Celestial Sovereign's clone was shocked by Gu Fei's combat strength. This opponent actually blocked his great art with his fists. Brute force can defeat everything. Even if your sorcery is heaven-defying, I can still break it with one punch. Gu Fei's celestial sovereign holy body said. The strength of the celestial sovereign holy body was definitely not inferior to Gu Fei's martial saint body. The entire holy body was like a powerful saint weapon. Even if this celestial sovereign old ancestor of the central province, Immortal Manor, wasn't proficient in refining his physique, but his body was nourished by immortal spirit qi day and night. It shouldn't be any weaker than the martial saint body. Boom! Gu Fei's immortal reverent saint physique punched out again. This time, the 18 stars that sealed the 10 directions were shaken once again. Such a powerful force was truly heart-palpitating. It was hard to imagine that someone could actually use their body to fight against a saint artifact. The 18 stars were real stars. The South Pole Immortal Sovereign had used his great magic power to collect the 18 stars from the real universe, and then refine them into a set of magic treasures. In other words, every single one of the 18 stars had the weight of a real star, but the opponent's strength could shake the stars. Chapter 22-26. Wah-wah. Without these two old fogies, do you think I am a slug? He Tian shouted as he charged at Earth Immortal Father and Ziyang Wander. Countless formation patterns appeared on his body and interweaved into a mysterious formation diagram. Boom! A shocking killing aura emerged as one after another killing formation after another was set up by He Tian. Every killing formation was gathering energy at a crazy speed, and the starry sky was shaking. Damn thief, hand over your life. Earth Immortal Father roared angrily. Yi Futian was too much of a bastard, and he actually dared to loot his palace. This made his hair stand on end, and he almost went crazy. He wanted to tear He Tian apart and suppress his divine soul for millions of years. Buzz! The void shook, and a black light rushed out of Earth Immortal Father's hand. He immediately used the yin-yang life and death mirror to shine at He Tian. Black represented death, and the power of death was vast. The mirror that was emitting the black light seemed to be connected to a terrifying hell. At this time, a yin-yang divine diagram appeared on He Tian's body, and the power of yin and yang surged out of his body. He cultivated the yin-yang Tao. He Tian used the yin-yang divine diagram to block the black light of death. PFFF. When the black light of death collided with the yin-yang divine diagram, there was only a soft sound, and the light of death was devoured by the yin-yang divine diagram. What? Earth Immortal Father was shocked when he saw this. Yi Futian cultivated the yin-yang Tao, and his divine mirror seemed to be unable to do anything to this thief. Rumble, just as Earth Immortal Father was shocked. The void above He Tian's head suddenly shook. He Tian looked up and saw a huge seal emitting a monstrous purple light. It was like an ancient divine mountain pressing down on his head. That Ziyang Wander had made his move. The seal was like a mountain, and it gave off an unshakable feeling. This shocked He Tian. There was a vague image of a mountain on the seal. Refining a mountain into a seal. Good move. He Tian's pupils involuntarily contracted. This seal was not simple. It was actually refined from a real primordial divine mountain, and the heavy aura of the primordial divine mountain almost suffocated him. The Purple Sun Mountain seal is indeed powerful. At this moment, the Earth Immortal Old Man hurriedly retreated. This unfettered Zeon came from an ancient power that was not any weaker than the South Pole Immortal Manor. Otherwise, this Zeong wanderer would not have the right to call Earth Immortal Wing Brother. The seal seemed to have transformed into a primordial divine mountain. Terrifying ripples of power descended from the sky, directly destroying the void. This was the power of a saint. You think I'm afraid of you? Hey, Tian flipped his right hand, and a golden sword immediately appeared in his hand. Buzz! The golden sword vibrated. It seemed to be stimulated by the huge seal that was pressing down from the sky. The power it contained actually showed signs of awakening. A shocking sword chi was emitted from the sword. Under the impact of the cold sword chi, the surrounding temperature dropped rapidly. Sacred artifact! Seeing the Saint Emperor's golden dragon sword in He Tian's hands, Immortal Lu and Ziyang were both shocked. He Tian also wielded a saint weapon. This was going to be troublesome. Roar! Mahakala wielded the divine sword in his hand with all his might. He gripped the sword with both hands and swung it upwards with all his might. A dazzling golden sword light immediately surged out of his hand, transforming into a golden dragon that charged towards the purple sun mountain seal. This Saint Emperor's golden dragon sword was not an ordinary sword. It was a killing weapon refined by a Saint Emperor. A Saint Emperor was an emperor among saints, comparable to an immortal sovereign. Although He Tian had not become a saint and could not truly unleash the power of this sword, when he activated it with all his strength, the power it could unleash was enough to make the world lose its color. Boom! With an earth-shattering sound, the dragon formed by the golden holy sword collided with the primordial divine mountain formed by the seal. Destructive power swept out, creating a huge hole in the starry sky. The aura of the outside world seeped in. The power of a saint was wreaking havoc. Even the endless starry sky, created by the South Pole Immortal Sovereign's clone, was affected and pierced through. The moment the starry sky was pierced, the South Pole Immortal Sovereign's clone that was fighting against Gu Fei's Immortal Sovereign's sacred body suddenly shuddered. At this moment, a fist smashed into the South Pole Immortal Sovereign's nose. The South Pole Immortal Sovereign's clone's face collapsed as though it had no bones. PFFF! The South Pole Immortal Sovereign's clone's head was directly smashed by Gu Fei's sacred body. There was no scene of blood splattering. The South Pole Immortal Sovereign's clone's head dissipated into the void like air. Buzz! The moment Gu Fei's Immortal Sovereign's sacred body smashed the South Pole Immortal Sovereign's clone's head, the clone formed a seal with both hands. The void trembled, and 9 primordial Tao patterns condensed into an ancient diagram that pressed towards Gu Fei's Immortal Sovereign's sacred body. Gu Fei instinctively felt danger. The divine diagram, formed by the 9 primordial Tao patterns, had an unfathomable power. It seemed like this power had already surpassed the 9 Tao patterns. Swish! Gu Fei's Immortal Sovereign's sacred body immediately retreated, leaving behind a series of afterimages in the void. In an instant, he retreated 100 miles away with extreme speed. Buzz! The void was still trembling. The 9 primordial Tao patterns interweaved into a Tao pattern that gradually grew bigger and continued to suppress Gu Fei's Immortal Sovereign's sacred body. The entire endless starry sky seemed to be fixed by that ancient Tao pattern. Gu Fei's Immortal Sovereign's sacred body felt that the endless starry sky seemed to have some kind of connection with that Tao pattern. This was definitely not a good thing for Gu Fei's Immortal Sovereign's sacred body. As expected, as the Tao pattern grew bigger, all the stars in the starry sky lit up. Endless power of the stars gathered towards the Tao pattern. At this moment, Gu Fei's Immortal Sovereign's sacred body felt like it was trapped in a cage. It couldn't escape the suppression of this ancient Tao pattern. Could this South Pole Immortal Sovereign really be an ancient Immortal Sovereign? Otherwise, How could he have such means? Gu Fei's immortal sovereign's sacred body was extremely shocked. This was just in South Pole immortal sovereign's clone, and it was already so powerful. If his true body descended, wouldn't it be even more powerful and terrifying? At this moment, the head of the South Pole immortal sovereign's clone that was blasted apart by Gu Fei reassembled itself. It was as though it had never been blasted apart. Chapter 22-27. The 9 primordial Tao runes intertwined to form an ancient Tao diagram that unleashed immense power. The Tao diagram enveloped the heavens and earth, including the entire starry sky. Rumble! The starry sky trembled as countless stars bloomed with resplendent starlight. Terrifying destructive power filled the air. This Gu Fei is dead for sure. No matter how heaven-defying he is, he won't be able to take this attack. The Earth Immortal Elder was shocked to the extreme. He never imagined that his big brother would have such a method. The Tao diagram, formed from the 9 primordial Tao runes, was simply too powerful. So the 9 Tao runes can be used like this. I've finally learned something today. Gu Fei's immortal sovereign muttered to himself. The opponent's understanding of the 9 Tao runes was clearly above his own. This was definitely not a good thing for him. The ancient Tao diagram expanded infinitely, enveloping the boundless starry sky. Kill! Gu Fei's immortal sovereign roared as he used the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. A violet divine light shot out from his forehead and tore through the heavens and earth. The primordial spirit Tao sword slashed through the void, creating a several 100-meter-long hole in the starry sky. Gu Fei's immortal sovereign broke through the South Pole immortal sovereign's great art and rushed out. Roar! Just as Gu Fei rushed out of the endless starry sky created by the South Pole immortal sovereign's clone, a roar resounded. Then Gu Fei's immortal sovereign saw a giant hand emitting towering divine light, slapping towards him. There were faint traces of Tao runes on the giant hand. The golden hand covered the heavens and earth, annihilating the void. The destructive power spread out in all directions. The one who attacked was a being clad in black armor. What's going on? When Gu Fei's immortal sovereign saw the one who attacked, he couldn't help but be shocked. The black-armored being was actually the first divine general. Wasn't the first divine general fighting his main body? What was going on? Gu Fei's celestial sovereign Saint Physique was bewildered. At this time, furious roars could be heard from the distant mountains. Divine flames soared into the sky, and the fluctuations of power reached an extreme. At the same time, Gu Fei's celestial prime body sensed the existence of his original body. When he sensed the situation of his original body, he was extremely shocked. It turned out that the first godly general had set up an ancient formation to trap Gu Fei's original body inside. It was a peerless killing formation created by an ancient sage. It could draw upon the fire elemental energy between heaven and earth to kill the opponent. At this moment, the corpses of experts who died in battle could be seen everywhere on the mountain. The people from the South Pole Immortal Manor were still fighting against the Iron Blood Taoist. The Iron Blood Taoist was not someone to be trifled with. If you want to kill me, then you should be prepared to be killed by me. The Iron Blood Taoist said these words. His body was covered in blood, and his robe was soaked in tatters. There were still wounds on his body that were difficult to heal. This was a Tao injury caused by the power of the great Tao, and it was very difficult to heal. Kill! The Iron Blood Taoist's murderous intent was shocking. At this moment, he was surrounded by more than 10 experts. He roared in anger as he charged and killed these people. Originally, there were hundreds of people surrounding the Iron Blood Taoist. Now, only a dozen or so people were left. The others were either injured or dead. Struggle on your deathbed. I want to see how many lives you have. The voice of the sword expert was incomparably cold. Resplendent rays of sword light shot out from his body, Like heavenly swords, they continuously slashed towards the iron blood Taoist. The powerful waves of sword energy caused one's heart to palpitate. This was a terrifying expert. However, this expert was also injured. A piece of his robe had been torn off from his back. 5 bloody wounds could be seen on his body that had yet to heal. That beast-like expert had already been killed by the iron blood Taoist. In order to kill that expert, the iron blood Taoist paid a heavy price. He was almost devoured by the expert and was heavily injured, almost dying. Boom! At this moment, a loud sound came from the sky. Then, a huge hand descended from the sky, slamming towards the killing formation that trapped Gu Fei's original body. Rumble! A great destruction occurred in the mountain. A terrifying power obliterated everything. Mountains exploded one after another, turning into dust and dissipating in the world. It was like the end of the world. It was extremely terrifying. Everyone was dumbfounded by this scene. This is the iron blood Taoist sensed a familiar aura and couldn't help but be overjoyed. In the mountain, countless runes were dissipating. The divine fire that soared into the sky also began to dissipate. Within the divine fire, one could see flaming phoenixes disappearing one after another. A total of 10 phoenixes exploded in the fire. 10 Phoenix Sky Incineration Grand Array. A cry of surprise resounded. A black-robed youth appeared in the sky. He was shocked to the extreme when he saw the scene below. He recognized this killing formation. At this moment, everything that disappeared in the sky reappeared before everyone's eyes. Die. The voice of the South Pole Immortal Sovereign's clone was incomparably cold. He used the 9 primordial Tao runes to create the ancient Tao diagram to suppress Gu Fei's Immortal Sovereign Saint physique. The moment the ancient Tao diagram appeared, it immediately sealed a part of the world. It grew infinitely larger and enveloped the entire world, exuding a terrifying destructive power. This power could absolutely annihilate everything. This was the strongest killing technique that the South Pole Immortal Sovereign's clone could use. How is this possible? The South Pole Immortal Mansion actually has such an ancient technique. In the sky, there were many old antiques watching the battle. Some of them recognized the supreme technique that the South Pole Immortal Sovereign's clone was using. The ancient Tao diagram seemed to have attracted the power of the primordial era, giving off a feeling of invincibility. It was as if even saints were as weak as ants in front of this ancient Tao diagram. This is a supreme technique that surpasses the saint realm. An ancient existence said something like that. This killing technique, created with the 9 primordial Tao runes as the foundation, was truly terrifying. Even Gu Fei's Immortal Sovereign Saint physique felt a great threat from it. It's impossible for a true saint realm existence to appear in this world. You want to kill me? Dream on. As Gu Fei's Immortal Sovereign Saint physique spoke, a divine sound of the grand Tao rang out from his body. It was as if there were countless sages chanting sutras inside his body. Boom! A heaven-shaking might erupted from his body. This was the power of the Immortal Sovereign Saint physique. It was guided out by Gu Fei using a secret technique. In an instant, the power of Gu Fei's Immortal Sovereign Saint physique rose by several times. The powerful power of his divine body caused the space around him to tremble. Black cracks kept appearing. This part of the world was about to be unable to withstand his powerful divine body. What? Chapter 22-28. Die. Gu Fei's celestial sovereign directly punched out. 9 primordial Tao runes emerged on his fist, triggering the power of the great Tao. The powerful force pierced through the void and directly collided with the ancient Tao pattern that was pressing down. The 2 peerlessly powerful forces collided head-on. Rumble! The ancient Tao rune formed by the South Pole Immortal Sovereign's incarnation emitted an unprecedented radiance. The 9 primordial Tao runes emitted a radiance as dazzling as a divine sun. Above the ancient Tao rune, the faint sound of the great Tao could be heard, as if a supreme Tao sovereign was preaching the Tao. Roar! Gu Fei's celestial sovereign roared in anger. He suffered a great impact. Bloody scars appeared on his fist, but the 9 primordial Tao runes became even brighter. These were the 9 immortal Tao runes, different from the 9 martial Tao runes cultivated by his original martial body. His Yuan Shen and Tao embryo walked a different path. Dai, a mere incarnation, dares to show off in front of me? Gu Fei's celestial sovereign emitted a shocking, murderous intent. At this moment, he no longer held back and attacked with all his might. At this time, the combat strength he displayed had reached the limit of the mortal realm and could no longer be increased. No one dared to break through the limit of the mortal realm at this time, because doing so would attract the destructive force. Before this destructive force, even saints were nothing but a joke. According to Gu Fei's knowledge, in the entire mortal dimension, only mortal Emperor Jiang was capable of sealing himself with the mortal emperor's 9 Tao markings, and he was fearless of the destructive force. However, how many Renhuang were there in this world? Renhuang could stand shoulder to shoulder with supremes. Since the ancient times, the number of Renhuang that appeared could be counted on one's fingers. The South Pole Immortal Sovereign's incarnation didn't break through the limit of the mortal realm, even if it was just an incarnation. As long as its power exceeded the limit of the mortal realm, it would attract the destructive force. Break for me! Boundless power of the immortal Tao surged madly into his right fist. The primordial runes on his fist shone with the dazzling divine light of the immortal Tao. The immense power of the immortal Tao exploded on his fist like 100,000 volcanoes erupting at the same time. The intensity of the explosion shook the entire world. Since he couldn't break through the limits of the mortal world, then he would use endless power to win. Gu Fei's celestial sovereign saint body was a true celestial sovereign's body. The power of the celestial Tao within it was vast and boundless, not something a clone could compare with. The ancient Tao diagram, formed by 9 Tao patterns, clashed against Gu Fei's immortal sovereign saint body. Although the 2 powers didn't surpass the limits of the mortal world, there was a terrifying fluctuation that could crush the great Tao of the world. Kill! The South Pole Immortal Sovereign's incarnation was also going all out. His entire body radiated with the divine light of the great Tao as the immortal Tao energy in his body crazily gathered towards the ancient Tao diagram. The immortal divinity power was quickly draining away. South Pole Immortal Venerable's avatar was gradually becoming dimmer. The reason why South Pole Immortal Sovereign's immortal avatar was indestructible was because of this immortal divinity power. Once this power was completely exhausted, this avatar would also dissipate. But to South Pole Immortal Sovereign, using an avatar as the price to kill an incomparably powerful opponent was absolutely worth it. At this time, in the skies above, stars began to appear. South Pole Immortal Sovereign's avatar was incomparably powerful, able to draw in the power of the stars in the world. Stars appearing in the daytime, many people were incomparably shocked. Right now, it was daytime, but stars actually appeared in the sky. This sort of phenomenon broke the laws of nature. The methods of South Pole Immortal Sovereign's avatar were truly terrifying. Endless starlight sprinkled down from the endless skies, all of it gathering toward South Pole Immortal Sovereign's avatar. He was drawing in the power of the stars in the 9 heavens to replenish his exhausted origin energy. However, the rate at which the ancient Tao diagram consumed origin energy was simply too fast. Even if South Pole Immortal Sovereign's avatar used a supreme divine art to draw in the power of the stars in the sky, it still couldn't stop the immortal divinity from draining away. Ha! Gu Fei's immortal sovereign Saint Physique laughed. The power of the immortal Tao surged forth from his body as the 9 primordial Tao runes on his fist grew brighter and brighter. In the end, it was like 9 divine suns blooming with endless divine brilliance. The ancient Tao diagram in front of South Pole Immortal Sovereign's avatar gradually retreated. He seemed to be unable to resist for much longer. So strong. Who is this person? Why does he look exactly the same as Gu Fei? Some people discovered the appearance of Gu Fei's immortal sovereign saint physique and were incomparably shocked. Some people guessed that this was an avatar of Gu Fei, but the energy fluctuations coming from this person were completely different from Gu Fei. Where did Gu Fei obtain such a battle physique? Even He Tian was incomparably shocked. At this time, He Tian, Earth Immortal Father, and unfettered Violet Sun had already stopped fighting. They were all nervously watching the battle in front of them. This battle wasn't just between Gu Fei's immortal sovereign saint physique and South Pole Immortal Sovereign's avatar. If South Pole Immortal Sovereign's avatar was defeated, then Earth Immortal Father and unfettered Violet Sun would be in big trouble. Similarly, if Gu Fei's immortal sovereign saint physique was defeated, then He Tian and Iron Blood Taoist would also be in big trouble. Kill! Just when everyone's attention was attracted by the battle in the sky, a roar echoed from the depths of the mountain. Chaotic energy soared into the sky as a primordial war god descended from the sky, directly killing its way out from the depths of the mountain. Everywhere this primordial war god passed, countless runes would collapse and vanish. Want to escape? Have you asked for my permission? A loud shout was heard. Then the earth trembled. Boundless earth, elemental energy, soared from the ground. Looking from afar, the place seemed to have turned into a dusky world. Boundless earth, elemental energy, rapidly condensed. A 10,000 zhang, tall giant emerged between the heavens and earth. Extremely powerful energy rippled in all directions. It was an earthy yellow giant holding a great halberd. It stood between the heavens and earth, giving off a feeling of invincibility. The spectators from afar were all dumbfounded by this scene. The boundless earth elemental energy ripple made everyone's heart palpitate. Rumble! Thunder rumbled faintly above the earthy yellow giant's head. This level of power had already surpassed the limits of the mortal world. Courting death! The primordial war god was incomparably powerful. He directly punched upwards, breaking through the layers of earthy yellow earth elemental energy, as if punching a hole in the heavens and earth. Boom! The powerful force caused the earthy yellow giant to stagger and almost fall. How is this possible? Chapter 22-29. At this moment, there seemed to be nothing that could stop Gu Fei. His chaotic martial body was extremely powerful. With a single punch, the giant staggered and almost fell. In the distant sky, many old antiques felt a chill in their hearts when they saw this scene. What kind of power was this? The first godly general, in particular, was indescribably shocked and furious. He cultivated the power of the earth. As long as his feet were on the ground, his yuan qi would be endless. The power of the earth contained within the earth could provide him with an endless supply of essence qi, so that his spiritual yuan would not dry up. Rumble! After stabilizing himself, the khaki-colored giant directly stomped on Gu Fei. The powerful force caused the surrounding heaven and earth to tremble, and pitch-black spatial cracks continuously appeared. Kill! Gu Fei shot up into the sky. With a single punch, he punched through the giant's foot and arrived in front of the giant. He then waved his hands, and a shocking, chaotic sword light rushed out of his hands. Clang! The chaotic sword light hummed. Although it was not a true, peerless, godly weapon, it was much more powerful. Every single sword light tore through the sky. Swoosh! Where the sword light passed, a huge arm fell off. The left arm of the earthen giant had been chopped off by Gu Fei's chaotic sword light. The arm that was formed from the earthen power of the earthen element dissipated in the air and turned back into essence qi of the earth. How can he be this strong? the first godly general was shocked. The chaotic sword light that Gu Fei had slashed out actually had an invincible aura. It made one think that it would be difficult to defend against it. This was the invincible will to fight. Without any suspense, the earthen giant formed by the first godly general's supreme technique collapsed, and a figure fell out of the sky. This person was the first godly general. Swoosh! Gu Fei's figure disappeared in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the first godly general. He then extended his right hand and stretched out all 5 fingers, grabbing at the top of the first godly general's head. So fast, the first godly general's heart trembled. His opponent's speed was at least twice as fast as before. This was definitely an astonishing speed. Even the first godly general, who had experienced hundreds of battles, was shocked. The first divine general retreated immediately. Just as he was retreating, he felt a pain on his face. 5 bloody marks immediately appeared on his face. Roar! The first godly general roared. How many years had it been? He couldn't remember the last time he bled. Today he was actually scratched by someone. This was definitely a great humiliation to the first godly general. The first divine general went crazy. He desperately activated the power of the immortal Tao in his body. 9 Tao patterns interweaved and a peerless power erupted. However, no matter how hard he tried to activate the power of the 9 Tao patterns, it was all futile. He was strong, but Gu Fei was stronger than him. Gu Fei's punch and kick contained immense power. The khaki giant collapsed, and the first godly general fell out of the void. Humph! Gu Fei sneered and charged at the first godly general's true body with his extreme speed 8 steps. Uffed! Gu Fei's fist landed on the first godly general's nose. A stream of blood immediately flew out from the first godly general's nose as he was sent flying tens of thousands of feet away. Arg! The first godly general was about to go crazy. This despicable fella actually punched his nose. He really deserved to die 100 times over. Gu Fei instantly rushed up and grabbed the first godly general's left calf. He then swung the first godly general around like a human-shaped divine weapon. Boom! With a loud sound, the first divine general was fiercely smashed into the ground by Gu Fei. Dust immediately flew into the air as a human-shaped pit appeared. Not dead even after that, Gu Fei sensed the first godly general's aura. Swoosh! Gu Fei swooped down from the sky. It was as if he had transformed into an ancient supreme divine beast, the white tiger. Fearlessly, he charged into the depths of the earth and fought with the first godly general. In the end, the depths of the earth gradually calmed down. A figure slowly walked out from the depths of the earth, carrying a head in his hand. What? When everyone saw the face of the person, they were shocked to the extreme. This was because this person was none other than Gu Fei, and the head in Gu Fei's hand belonged to the first godly general. The first godly general is dead. Up in the sky, Lu Di Immortal One's shock was no small matter. It wasn't just Lu Di Immortal One. Even the old fogies who knew about the first godly general were dumbfounded and in disbelief. That was the first godly general of the South Pole Immortal Mansion. To think that he was killed by Gu Fei. Everything seemed so surreal, like a dream. At this time, the Iron Blood Taoist and the dozen or so experts, led by the Sword Taoist, began fighting. Powerful shockwaves spread out, causing the surrounding mountain ridges to crumble and turn into dust. Die. The Sword Taoist's sword light was incomparably sharp. With every slash, there seemed to be some kind of incomprehensible power emanating from the divine sword in his hand. The Sword Taoist was the main force, while the dozen or so experts were supporting him. Whoosh! There was a flash of blood as another sword wound appeared on the Iron Blood Taoist's body. The place where he was struck was infused with the power of the great Tao. This way, it wouldn't be easy for the wound to heal. Winning with numbers? What's this? Although the Iron Blood Taoist cultivated the phoenix mysterious art, and his life force was incomparably strong. The sword Taoist was no pushover either. The divine sword in his hand was enough to threaten him. Bzzz. The sky trembled as the dozen or so experts laid down a killing formation, trapping the iron-blood Taoist within. Meanwhile, the sword Taoist continued to attack. Seal. The dozen or so experts attacked together, causing the killing formation to emit a terrifying sealing power. The space that was enveloped by the formation immediately turned into a block of iron. The iron-blood Taoist felt his body tighten, and his movements immediately slowed. The sword Taoist's movements weren't affected at all. Sword light flashed as a divine sword emanating the aura of the great Tao pierced towards the iron-blood Taoist's forehead. Roar! The iron-blood Taoist roared. He didn't want to die just like that. At this critical moment, something suddenly flew over from afar, smashing towards the sword Taoist's head. What? Chapter 2230. The first divine general's sword principle expert was incomparably powerful. With the help of the killing formation laid down by a dozen experts, the iron-blood Taoist was almost trapped. Roar! The iron-blood Taoist roared angrily. His movements slowed down. Although they couldn't truly imprison him, it was enough for the sword principle expert. Swish! The sword principle expert's sword turned into a dazzling sword light surrounded by Tao patterns. It pierced through the void and directly pierced towards the iron-blood Taoist's forehead. This was the power of the great Tao. As long as the divine sword pierced through the forehead and destroyed his Niwen palace, the iron-blood Taoist would be killed. It should be known that the iron-blood Taoist was only an advanced sage-to-be. Even an advanced sage-to-be would be turned into ashes if he was stabbed by the divine sword. A fiery divine phoenix emerged from the iron-blood Taoist's body and struggled violently. Countless Tao patterns appeared, trying to break free. The entire killing formation shook as if it could collapse at any time. Rumble! The heavens and earth shook. The divine phoenix wanted to soar into the sky and was about to succeed. However, at this moment, the peerless divine sword pierced towards the iron-blood Taoist. The shocking sword qi caused his face to feel a stinging pain, and beads of blood seeped out of his skin. At this critical moment, an object flew across the sky and smashed towards the sword principle expert at an extremely fast speed. The sword principle expert was shocked. To a certain extent, the faster the speed, the greater the power. This object flew across the sky and made him feel danger. The sword principle expert had no choice but to retreat. The unstoppable sword momentum immediately slowed down. Clang! In that split second, the iron-blood Taoist had already raised the phoenix tribulation in his hand to block the space between his eyebrows. That world-shaking sword pierced into the phoenix tribulation. The iron-blood Taoist felt a sudden jolt in his hand and a sharp pain in his hand. The phoenix tribulation that he had been holding tightly almost flew out of his hand. He couldn't help but be shocked. The power of the opponent's sword was too strong, exceeding his estimation. If he was hit by this sword, perhaps even a true saint would not be able to bear the consequences. This sword is not bad. Just at this moment, a voice suddenly rang out beside the iron-blood Taoist. Then, a hand stretched out from the side, completely ignoring the sharp sword light emitted by the holy sword and grabbing it. At this time, the sword principle expert discovered that the thing that was smashing towards him was a head. It was the head of the first immortal general, which made him horrified. As one of the most competent generals under the first godly general, this sword Tao expert naturally knew how terrifying the first godly general was. After all, he was an ancient saint. To think that Gu Fei was so strong that he could kill ancient sages. The expert swordsman was very decisive. He immediately turned around and left, not even wanting his divine sword. In his opinion, nothing was more important than his own life. Right at this time, a blinding light suddenly erupted high up in the sky. South Pole Immortal Venerable's incarnation finally couldn't hold on any longer. His entire body erupted with divine immortal light, as if he had turned into a divine sun. He burned the last of his immortal Tao energy, pushing the power of the ancient Tao diagram to a peak state. The power of the ancient diagram finally surpassed the limits of the mortal world. Rumble above the 9 heavens, the sound of thunder immediately resounded. Bolts of purple lightning suddenly appeared, bombarding down from the depths of the sky, bringing with them a terrifying power of annihilation. The power in the depths of the sky was finally triggered, displaying its thunderous fury, wanting to annihilate all existences that dared to challenge the limits of the mortal world. Haha, to be able to drag you down with me, it's worth it. South Pole Immortal Venerable's incarnation laughed heartily. Then a bolt of purple lightning descended from the sky, directly blasting South Pole Immortal Venerable's incarnation into ashes. It was like a divine sun that was emitting endless divine light suddenly disappeared high up in the sky, the blinding divine light instantly disappearing. Everyone was stunned by this scene. This was the price to pay for daring to challenge the limits of the mortal world. Even someone as powerful as South Pole Immortal Venerable's incarnation couldn't contend against this power that could kill saints. Gu Fei's Immortal Venerable holy body didn't surpass that limit, so the terrifying purple lightning didn't rush towards him. However, before South Pole Immortal Venerable's incarnation was blasted into ashes by the purple lightning, it had already ascended to its limit and poured its supreme power into the ancient formation diagram. The ancient formation diagram wasn't a living thing. The purple lightning didn't descend, but it didn't dissipate either. The pressure that made people feel despair made their souls tremble. What happened in the Antiquity era? How could such a power appear? Could it be the heaven-shaking work of those people? An ancient saint muttered to himself. The Antiquity era was shattered, and the great change that swept through the entire untainted land caused countless powerful existences to fall. However, there were still some ancient saints who survived. However, although these ancient saints survived, they had to pay a great price. They had to seal themselves and their saint realm cultivation base and battle prowess in order to appear in the human world. Of course, in the beginning, there were some who didn't believe in this, but these people were destined to have a tragic fate. Their bodies and souls were directly destroyed. As a result, the ancient saints who survived the great calamity became obedient. Big Brother, seeing South Pole Immortal Venerable's incarnation being blasted into ashes by the purple lightning, Lu Xianweng was shocked to the extreme. He didn't say anything else and directly rushed towards the chaos well. If he didn't leave now, he might not be able to. Ziyang Unfettered had the same idea as Lu Xianweng and rushed towards the chaos while almost at the same time. They wanted to enter the chaotic divine soil. You want to escape? Hey, Tian immediately gave chase. Boom! At this time, a loud explosion came from the ground and countless formation runes dissipated. Gu Fei's true body easily broke the killing formation that trapped Iron Blood Taoist. Within the killing formation, the dozen experts exploded into clouds of blood mist, their bodies and souls destroyed. They were all killed by the backlash of the killing formation. Aha! High up in the sky, Gu Fei's Immortal Venerable roared and attacked with all his strength. Immortal Tao energy surged from his body, and the void around him constantly cracked into pitch-black spatial fissures. However, all of this seemed to be powerless. Gu Fei's immortal sovereign saint body was locked in place by a mighty force from the ancient spirit diagram. The ancient spirit diagram was actually trying to devour him. Humph! Seeing this, Gu Fei immediately soared into the sky and punched the ancient spirit diagram. Powerful primal chaos energy exploded from his fist and fiercely collided with the ancient spirit diagram. The power of the chaotic martial body erupted, and the ancient formation shook violently from Gu Fei's punch. Chapter 2231. So what if it's an ancient Tao diagram? Gu Fei's battle intent was boundless. He and his immortal physique attacked together. Powerful forces shook the heavens and earth, turning this part of the world into nothingness. However, the ancient Tao diagram seemed to possess an immortal might. Although Gu Fei and his immortal physique kept on attacking, it showed no signs of dissipating. There are two Gu Feis. That one is the real one. By then, some of the cultivators who knew Gu Fei and were watching the battle from afar were shocked to the extreme. What's going on? In the distant clouds, a white tiger appeared. This was an old man from the Buzhou demon race. The white tiger's bloodline flowed through his veins, making him incomparably powerful. Both of them are the real ones. Impossible. Some ancient saints felt that something was wrong. The immortal aura of Gu Fei didn't seem to be as simple as an avatar. This caused everyone to be dumbfounded. His vitality was exuberant, and his body was nurturing the 9 primordial runes. Clearly, this was a saint that had already achieved the Tao. An avatar simply couldn't compare to him. Preposterous! Gu Fei's original body couldn't help but frown. This ancient Tao diagram was truly powerful. If he used his holy weapon, he could easily destroy it. However, Gu Fei didn't want to do so. He wanted to fight with his own strength and didn't want to borrow external help. He wanted to completely break away from his reliance on the holy weapon. 3 pure ones. Gu Fei and his celestial sovereign shouted at the same time. A powerful wave of energy surged out from their bodies. Then their figures suddenly became blurry. 3 beams of divine light rushed out from the top of their heads and turned into 3 Taoist clones. Everyone who was watching the battle from afar was shocked when they saw Gu Fei using such a powerful technique. At this moment, 8 extremely powerful figures appeared in the sky. Gu Fei and his immortal physique each transformed into 3 avatars. In addition to their true bodies, there were actually 8 Gu Feis in the sky. Rumble. The air trembled as the 8 powerful figures all emitted a shocking aura. It was as if 8 supreme gods of war had appeared in the world. A terrifying pressure spread out, causing countless living beings to tremble. What? Everyone was dumbfounded. This was too shocking. He actually managed to cultivate the 3 pure ones technique. An ancient saint cried out in alarm. This was one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. During the archaic years, this type of secret technique was viewed as an undefeated divine technique of the immortal Tao, possessing unmatched power. Break for me. The 8 Gu Feis spoke at the same time and then attacked. The divine sound of the great path emanated from each of the 8 figures, and a pitch-black vortex emerged between the 8 of them. Within that vortex, a heaven-swallowing strength appeared, wanting to suck in the ancient Tao diagram and swallow it. Buzz. The void trembled. Although the ancient Tao diagram had lost control and floated in the void, it still emitted a strength that surpassed the limits of the mortal world. The pitch-black vortex was unable to devour it in a short time. Return to truth. The 8 Gu Feis simultaneously used one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the return to truth secret technique. 8 mighty forces gathered together, and the power of the return to truth reached an unimaginable level. The ancient Tao diagram, formed from the 9 primordial Tao patterns, emitted specks of light at this time. The return to truth secret technique was obliterating the ancient Tao diagram. Countless specks of light rushed out from the ancient Tao diagram and dissipated between heaven and earth. The ancient Tao diagram gradually dimmed. The return to truth secret technique possessed unfathomable power, capable of dissolving all power in the world. Success. At this time, the iron-blood Taoist who had narrowly escaped death heaved a sigh of relief. It's about to end. An ancient saint muttered to himself. They didn't leave, but carefully observed. The 9 secrets of the immortal Tao could only be encountered by chance, not sought. They used their hearts to sense this power. However, No one could perceive the secrets of this secret technique. Without any suspense, the outcome was already decided. 2 hours later, the ancient Tao diagram was finally swallowed by the pitch-black vortex in the sky. The terrifying pressure radiating from the ancient spirit diagram disappeared. Swoosh! The 6 Tao bodies that Gu Fei and the Celestial Prime's sacred bodies had evolved turned back into 6 streams of clear qi and entered the top of their heads. Then he put the Celestial Prime's sacred bodies into his inner world. Master! Seeing that Gu Fei had put away the Tao bodies of the 3 pure ones and the sacred bodies into his inner world, the iron-blood Taoist hurried over and saluted Gu Fei. Come, let's enter the chaotic divine soil. Gu Fei took the iron-blood Taoist and flew toward the chaos well. Some ancient saints knew that the chaos well was the entrance to the chaotic divine soil. This secret was actually an open secret among the ancient saints. The so-called Great Era of the human world actually referred to the time when the chaotic divine soil appeared. The chaotic divine soil would appear once every 10,000 years. Entrances to the chaotic divine soil would appear in every ancestral ground, and one could enter the legendary chaotic divine soil through these entrances. In the chaotic divine soil, the destructive power that could kill saints was difficult to reach. It was the only place in the 3 realms and 6 Tao where one could break through to the saint level. Becoming a saint was the dream of every cultivator, but the human world didn't allow the existence of true saints. This was the nature of the great era of the human world. The so-called opportunity to become a saint was in the chaotic divine soil. Gu Fei didn't want to let go of that despicable earth immortal elder, so he entered the chaotic divine soil again to hunt him down. He didn't care whose brother he was. As long as he provoked him, he would kill him. I didn't expect him to become a saint. After the battle ended and Gu Fei left, a few figures appeared on the battlefield, but they only lingered for a while before leaving. The news of Gu Fei becoming a saint spread. Some people were happy while others were sad. One should know that Gu Fei had many enemies on Buzhou Ancestral Star. These people immediately returned from the human race's ancient road after hearing that Gu Fei had become a saint. Some were afraid of encountering Gu Fei on the human race's ancient road. They would be in big trouble if they encountered this god of death. Damn it! Meanwhile, in the depths of the mountain in the chaotic divine soil, Earth Immortal Elder gritted his teeth. This time, he suffered a great loss. This was the most miserable defeat of his life. This time, in addition to taking back a sacred island, the hundreds of experts sent by the South Pole Immortal Reverend, as well as the first divine general under the South Pole Immortal Reverend, had all died in the 3rd round of the human race. I'll remember this. Earth Immortal Elder said hatefully. He was separated from unfettered Ziyang because there was a god of death chasing after them. They could only run in different directions. I'm afraid you won't have the chance. Chapter 2232. Just as Gu Fei swept away all his opponents and killed all the experts under Earth Immortal Father's command, on Buzhou Ancestral Star, in the depths of the South Pole Divine Ocean, a young Taoist sitting on a boulder beside a lake opened his eyes. Someone actually managed to destroy one of my avatars. The young Taoist stood up from the boulder. A breeze blew past, swaying the weeping willow beside the lake. A few colorful divine birds were frolicking on the surface of the lake. Where is Xian Tong? The young Taoist asked. As soon as the young Taoist's voice trailed off, a young man in a green robe who looked to be only 11 or 12 years old appeared behind him. Although he looked like a quiet young man, there was a faint aura of the great Tao lingering around him. Every movement he made seemed grand. Disciple greets master. The green-robed young man bowed respectfully to the young Taoist on the boulder. The young Taoist nodded and said, "Your uncle master might have run into some trouble. Go on my behalf." "Yes." The green-robed young man, Xian Tong, replied. Following that, the young Taoist pointed his finger and shattered the void. A spatial passage appeared before him and extended into the distance. Almost at the same time, a ball of divine light suddenly appeared in the sky above the third trial of the human race. A powerful wave of energy spread out and a huge hole appeared in the sky. That is, on the third trial of the human race, an old man sitting on the peak of a mountain suddenly opened his eyes. That person from the South Pole Divine Ocean is coming out. The old man looked up at the huge hole in the sky and murmured to himself. His voice sounded extremely old. Humph! Does that South Pole Immortal Reverend know that his useless brother is being hunted? Some ancient sages who had yet to enter the chaotic divine soil muttered to themselves. All the experts on the third trial of the human race came from Bujo Ancestral Star. Experts from other galaxies had yet to appear on the ancient road of the human race. While the ancient sages were still in a state of bewilderment, a figure appeared in the hole in the void high up in the sky. Someone walked out of the hole in the void. It's not that South Pole Immortal Reverend. This is South Pole Immortal Sovereign's #1 disciple, Xian Tong. Some of the ancient sages were surprised to see the person who came out of the void passage. They thought that it was the South Pole Immortal Sovereign who used a great sacred art to save his good-for-nothing brother. South Pole Immortal Sovereign didn't come personally, but his eldest disciple, Xian Tong, came. The one who walked out of the void passage was the green-robed young man. He was considered a big shot in Bujo Ancestral Star. The name Xian Tong had once shocked the entire Bujo Ancestral Star. He was even more famous than the first divine general under the South Pole Immortal Venerable. Although it wasn't the South Pole Immortal Venerate, no one dared to underestimate this Xian Tong. After all, this Xian Tong was also a sage who had sealed his cultivation base. Even some of the ancient sages from the same generation as his master, the South Pole Celestial Exalt, might not be a match for Xian Tong. After Xian Tong came out of the spatial passage, the spatial passage behind him disappeared. The first divine general is dead. When Xian Tong walked out of the spatial passage, his expression changed. He actually couldn't sense the first divine general's aura. Who was it that killed the first divine general? Xian Tong's expression was unsightly. No one knew better than him how powerful and terrifying the first divine general was. The first divine general was an ancient god of war. Xian Tong rushed down from the sky and headed toward a place where human cultivators were gathered. Soon, Xian Tong walked out of the place where human cultivators gathered. His eyes were extremely bright. He already knew everything. The previous battle wasn't a secret. The news of the first divine general under the South Pole Immortal Sovereign had died in battle had already spread throughout the third stage. Gu Fei! Xian Tong muttered to himself. Xian Tong muttered to himself. He had always been in the divine Antarctic Sea and had not left it for a long time. He did not know Gu Fei's origins. However, Gu Fei was already on his must-kill list. Without hesitation, Xian Tong left the third stage and entered the chaotic sacred soil. Meanwhile, the Earth Immortal Elder was blocked by someone in a valley. The valley was filled with hostility, and a battle could break out at any moment. "It's you." The Earth Immortal Elder stared murderously at the person in front of him. Who else could it be but me? The person grinned cheekily at the Earth Immortal Elder. "You little thief!" The Earth Immortal Elder gritted his teeth. He wanted nothing more than to tear the person apart. More than half of his collection had been plundered by this damned fella. This person was none other than He Tian, the one who never attacked unless he had treasures. In terms of sneak attacks, the 12 bandits under Gu Fei were like children in front of the ancestor of thieves, He Tian. Be careful of your words. I'm an upright person, not a little thief. He Tian said, "Humph, if you're not a little thief, then there wouldn't be any thieves in this world. If you know what's good for you, return my things to me, and I'll leave your corpse intact. Otherwise," the Earth Immortal Elder's expression turned ferocious. "I'm going crazy. What can a piece of trash like you do to me? Ha ha! Hey, Tian burst into laughter. This fella was as timid as a mouse, running away at the first sign of trouble. He couldn't be considered an expert at all. It was very easy for He Tian to deal with someone like this. You, what did you say? Trash. The Earth Immortal Elder was enraged. No one had ever dared to say these two words in front of him. His eyes turned red. These two words were taboo to him. One should know that the South Pole Immortal Sovereign was a peerless existence. No one dared to look down on him in Bujo Ancestral Star. However, some of the older generation knew that the South Pole Immortal Sovereign had a useless younger brother. The South Pole Immortal Reverend's good-for-nothing younger brother had cultivated for countless years, but he was only a great perfection quasi-sage. He wasn't even a sage. Even among the disciples of the South Pole Immortal Reverend, there were a few who had already become sages during the ancient desolate era. Although the Earth Immortal Elder knew that he was useless, he didn't want to hear it from others. I'm going to kill you. The Earth Immortal Elder flipped his right hand, and the yin-yang mirror of life and death appeared in his hand. Buzz! The void trembled, and a black light shot out from the yin-yang mirror, piercing towards He Tian. This was the power of death from the yin-yang mirror of life and death. Even a saint would die if they were hit by the black light. Of course, the mirror in the Earth Immortal Elder's hand would never be able to kill a saint.